Alright, I am live. Send out going live message. We'll get back into case number 5. Hey there, Tyrion. How you doing? Not busy? That's good. I mean, well, I hope it's good. No reason to think it's not good. Get some chance to relax there. Had a pretty relaxing day yesterday myself. Just didn't really worry. I sort of took one of my chill days. Didn't really worry about a whole lot. Just played a whole bunch of Enfield, got caught up with everything. Now I'm ready for the next part to come out. Okay, I got all that doubt. Yeah, I'm liking where Enfield is going with the story and quality overall. It seems to be improving over time. The gotcha's still a bit rough, but it's alright for now. Oh yeah, then there was that thing I posted about Arknights is having a PC client soon. What was it? Probably next month? August 13th. Okay, so like mid next month. Got me tempted to restart Arknights, but I must resist. If I started playing Arknights on top of everything else, it'd be too much. Like, I sort of want to know how the stuff connects to the OG Arknights, but yeah, it's too much. We must keep it within limits. Especially Arknights, like, has a ton of reading and everything. Which, I mean, isn't a bad thing, it just means that it takes even longer. Alright. Get back into this. Where'd I have my save? I have my save files all messed up. I think it was this one, 5.5. You may lose unsaved progress. No, my main menu progress. Alright, so let's see. Last time, all kinds of shenanigans going on. Arya somehow signed a contract with the Empress of Discord. Well, not necessarily with the Empress of Discord, but the contract was made by the Empress, and then whoever gave her the contract was whoever she's whoever she belongs to now. Very sus contract, and anyway, that let her be under the control of whoever perpetrated all this stuff. Lucio is pissed, as always. Let's see. We got the Scaled Lord, who's now the judge. What happened right before we took a break? Like, I remember the trial was more like, it turned into less of a trial. I just thought it was sort of funny. It turned into less of a trial and more of an investigation in the courtroom. Both sides are more interested in, like, really finding out who done it and why and how. Not really focused as much on prosecutor or defense anymore. How people did? Wait, how people did? Let's see. Alright, yeah, we're going over the murders on Sanctus, Garrett. Beatrice was trying to help us out, but Tyrion is as dense as a log. Soundproof room, Theon Arceus. Mr. Theon over here just casually contemplating mass murder in order to satisfy the Scaled Lord. There's the purple mark. The blood contract. Alright, but anyway. Court took a recess. We have some more time to find evidence. Right, we're going to look for the Eye Taker. That's right, that's where we left off. Using the Kingsguard's teleportation network, we arrived back in Rathome. At Celeste's insistence, we were being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. Sir, where will we be heading first? My newfound authority was definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing. But what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? We should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles have returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyverngard. Oh? I had to move around Wyverngard? What's this? It's a city courthouse. Oh. Every trial I'd taken part in had been held in this building. Except for this one. Yeah. Excluding the current trial, obviously. What's this? The shop selling various wares. The items they sell are more suited for adventurers. I've tagged along when Celeste went to window shop there that one time. Okay. What's that? I could see several commoner houses from here. If I squinted really hard, I could have just made out my house. Really? It was one of the many offices of Von Sanctus Industries. With the death of Lloyd, I'm sure his business will be thrown into chaos for a while. There is a great view of the city from this ledge. I frequently went there whenever I needed to think something over. I've been going there a lot for the last month. Okay. Think that's it? Look at the clouds. Detect magic.
Arcanum.
I don't see anything. I guess I'll see if she says anything different. There's still so many unknowns. We should continue looking for more clues. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? I'll be fine. I'm making sure to pace myself. Celeste's like, yeah, right. Where do you think we should go next? Celeste? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? She was probably still shaken up over what happened. It'd be best to take the lead and let her focus on her job. Okay. Hey, Celeste! Oops. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do anyway. Celeste is my attorney's runestone. Celeste? Oh, sorry. I was just... The runestone is very nice, Tyrion. Now I sort of feel bad. I can go to the nave, cathedral. I can go to Frega Manor. Let's go to the nave? Is there anybody here? Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper. His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind. They'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. We'll just have to come back later. Such imposing music. Alright, then... Frega Manor. We arrived at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Lefe and Miriam. As I walked by, I passed several rooms filled with contractors. Some rooms were being repainted. Others looked like they were going to be being completely Others looked like they were being completely reconstructed. After some asking around, one of the servants mentioned that the sisters were entertaining a guest in the study. I normally wouldn't interrupt them, but I needed to use every minute that I could.
Arf, 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 arf.
Ah. As we entered the study, we were met with this floof of an animal. He was barking at us at first, but his mouth curled up into a dopey smile the moment he recognized me. I still love that face. It's like concerned doge face. Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Cracker thought he smelled more rats. Huh? You really don't like rats, do you, Tracker? A lot more rats have been showing up than usual.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
I scanned the room. Miriam was there too, sitting on what was once William Frega's desk. They appeared to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Lefe.
No, it's no problem at all.
The thickness of the atmosphere seemed to imply they knew why I was there. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened?
Of course. I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation.
Should I leave?
No. You were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi.
Right.
Preparing Arcanum.
I sort of find Lord Asclepius a little sus, but... I don't know, it's probably just this gloomy atmosphere. It's a painting of a man with a dog.
That's David Ding from House Ding. They're one of the branch families of House Frege. He was a dog breeder with a bit of an obsession with the dogs he owned. I feel a sort of kinship with him.
Cracker-like fellow dog. He looks like the loyal type. How is he inferring that? I love Tracker. It's various books about economics and political theory. Looks like they haven't been disturbed since Beatrice's trial.
I've been meaning to put those away, but they're actually quite helpful for my new responsibilities.
The fireplace. Probably used to keep the study warm during the winter. The desk where the head of House Frege would sit.
I'm still getting used to it. This chair has always felt too big for me.
The bookshelf. It was filled with fake books the last time we were here.
Some of the books are actually real this time.
Wow, real books? In a bookshelf? It's a window with a view of the outside. Wow. Left button? Hello?
Arcanum.
Okay, nothing there. Oh, chandelier. I see your house is still filled with chandeliers.
Well, we've been redecorating the manor. I've always found my father's aesthetics to be somewhat tacky. I'm excited to make it my own.
Okay. Have you seen my attorney's runestone?
Ah, it's your attorney's runestone. You're always showing it to people.
Guess I can't help it. Took years of studying law for me to get this. Were those years really meaningless? Leifei as a suspect. Leifei, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you are behind this.
No, I perfectly understand.
Well, I don't.
Lazarick.
Oh?
Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. It was obviously that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him?
Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everyone else before we confront him.
Let him be, Miriam. It's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened.
What?
Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see.
Beatrice Frege. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen?
It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then. Marnath fled afterward.
What? Must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. If it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict.
She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind.
I was surprised the Empress even let her say as much as she did. I guess she got a bit of revenge afterwards.
It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask.
Where were you during the massacre? I appreciate all of your trust, but I have to ask. Where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day?
Luckily, we were all together.
Me, Lefe, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m.
But around 2 p.m., my sister went missing. Can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop it. I really do hope she's okay.
Oh my.
We went to search for Beatrice, but we haven't seen her since the massacre.
So blatantly ironic, yeah. It's like, oh, it hurts me a little bit every time they're just like, oh yeah, I hope Eris is okay. He's totally not evil or anything. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? Oh, and I just want to bring up again, I don't think they're stupid for this. It's probably some kind of, like, mental interference from Eris, or rather, the Empress of Discord. So, I would guess it has an in-universe reason. But still, it hurts to see from a viewer's perspective.
No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. When we received word of what happened to His Majesty, we decided to head back to the nave.
Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? Being too kind of the game? I mean... maybe... I mean, yeah, I guess I am giving it a bit of an allowance. But... really, I don't think that's much of a problem in this situation, because Eris clearly has the ability to interfere with either time or large-scale mental manipulation. So, like, even if that's not the answer, and they're just stupid, it's entirely within belief that, like, it could be Eris's fault. Oh, you agree? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, that's my thoughts on it.
No, we stayed together for the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground.
Right. I suppose that makes sense. Did you see Eris at all when this happened?
No, we never saw her.
Okay. Until 2 p.m. they were accounted for, then they both went missing. About to search for 205, stopped by the King's Guard to report that a glyph contingency had just trapped Astrid Wyvern Guard in a force cage. She went missing shortly after Beatrice did. That's really suspicious.
You don't think...
It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Oh? Okay. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter.
She's his what?
Beatrice never mentioned that?
No, she didn't mention it at all.
Sounded like Eris had a lot to answer for. Bruh, you have no idea.
I'd have to find her first, though. Contracts with a demon. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? Because I'm sure they would tell you if they did. How dare you! This presumptuous little peasant. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand. The very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us. I didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but I'd been misled by it before. I let out a frustrated sigh. The lack of evidence pointing to this demon was becoming a great pain.
Wondering makes asking the question worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that as well, but a little confusing what he says here, though. Didn't catch any incriminating thoughts, but been misled by... Oh, well, I guess he means with the archaeologist guy and his monkey. Although that was more of an overlapping thoughts thing. Still. We still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you about that after the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No. To manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just apply brute force? What? Due to the king's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. They set a trap in the nave, which means they might have been present at the funeral. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. I don't know.
That seems a little tricky. Like, would the god that gave him this power really let him do that? Or, well, is it power granted by a god, or is it power given by a god that he has control over? Just, well, or rather, it belongs to him, even though it was granted by the god. Because if he keeps invoking a god, then I feel like the god would get angry.
Wait, is that safe?
There's only one way to find out. I took out my notes and began looking at my list of suspects. I would be at it for a while, so I decided to go in alphabetical order. Definitely not Alaric. He's just a kid. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna try everybody out, you might as well try Alaric as well. There's nothing saying that a demon can't make a contract with a kid. And we already know about Arya. I cleared my throat. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wyvern-Guard.
Tyrion, what's wrong?
My breath felt like fire inside my lungs. It felt like someone had thrown hot oil onto my skin. The magic inside me felt like acid inside my body. I could only writhe on the floor. I heard the sound of someone screaming, only later realizing that it was my voice crying out in agony.
What? What's happening to him? Lazarick, your magic. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that.
Yeah. What?
And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun with you yet.
Who are you?
Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you, just this once.
Oh? A contract? I almost feel like that was the Empress of Discord. Something like invoking the Empress of Discord's name without a proper reason would cause a backlash. Or maybe it was like I suggested initially that the god, or what was it? Darn it, now I can't think of the god's name. Anyway, the god that granted Tyrion his power. Well, I don't know if it's them doing it, causing the backlash, or if it's a backlash just directly from the magic. Anyway, so he can't just go calling out random people.
Tyrion, please wake up.
Celeste?
You're okay.
I certainly didn't feel okay. Every part of me ached. My skin felt like it was being poked with pins and needles. I felt soreness as I tried to stand up. Are you okay, friend? Cracker nestled his head into my lap. The feeling of petting a white cloud definitely helped. What happened? You died.
What?
I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. Thank you, Lord Asclepius. Thank you. I've never tried that spell on a human before. This is going to be remarkable for my research. Lefe shot a glare at the young necromancer. He just pursed his lips and looked around nervously. Eventually, he just sat down in the opposite corner of the room. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict.
Was that the cause?
But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm me?
What if...
Esther does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for Celestials as well. I mean, okay, so I don't know if Tyrion's ever lied, straight up lied. He is half human, so he can probably lie in normal speech, but yeah, maybe the backlash happened because he lied during the time he was using his celestial half. The Divine Edict is clearly some sort of divine magic. Asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Lazarus suggested something so careless.
No, I was being reckless.
Please be more careful. I don't think I can take this.
Well, at least we know Aster wasn't behind this.
He was trapped in a force cage. It obviously wasn't him.
I mean, I would doubt it's him anyway, but just because he's trapped in a force cage doesn't mean that he's not the one who set it up. I mean, it was a force cage after all. A protective ability. It'd be more believable if he was attacked by something. But again, I didn't think it was him anyway. Aster de Wyverngard has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord, obviously. Anyway, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Anyway, it looked like I'd found everything I could here. It was time to move somewhere else. I guess back to the nave?
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
As we entered the nave, we spotted Aster, Alaric, and Lucio gathered near the altar. Lucio was standing still, staring blankly at the empty benches which would have normally hosted hundreds of attendants. Prince Alaric was sitting on a bench, swaying his legs back and forth while he stared at the ground. Aster seemed to be putting on a brave face. His face lit up as he saw us enter the nave. He waved us over, but his eyes widened when he saw me.
Are you okay? Your face looks pale.
I scratched the back of my neck and avoided meeting his eyes. There was a bit of an accident earlier. Well, try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so damned aggressive? For real, though. Now for the next suspect. Although, judging from what happened at the study, it was unlikely that Aster was the patron. Nevertheless, the force cage that trapped him was an instrumental part of the patron's plot. Maybe he saw something that might point to who set that glyph of contingency. Did I detect magic? Yeah, I don't see anything. Hey, check this out.
Your attorney's runestone. I was wondering when I'd be able to see it again.
I don't understand either of your fixations on that thing. It's an attorney's runestone, Lucio.
Proves that he's a certified attorney.
These goofballs. Lucio Steelwind. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? After he attacked me in Frega Manor, I'd always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed me that day. I'm not going to attack you again.
You did almost kill me the last time we met. What?
It's not. Something changed in you between Dracogen's trial and Frega's trial. Your aura became stronger.
What?
Tyrion's aura.
What does my aura have to do with this?
It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Arunath and me?
As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human.
Okay, but you've met me before in Arnax.
And something clearly changed since then. Even now, your aura is very noticeable.
Wait, was this because of that riddle I solved?
Yes.
Did I gain the Divine Edict because my powers had gotten stronger?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say because his powers had gotten stronger. I'd say he got the Divine Edict when he solved the riddle. And also enhanced his powers.
Wyverngard is no friend of the Theocracy. When I sensed you, I thought a cleric had somehow made it into the manor. Do you not sense it too, McCoy?
What?
Surely you noticed a change in him during the Lord's Ball.
Is that true? I did, but I didn't think it was a magic thing.
What did you think it was?
Well, sometimes you have someone in your life, and, well, you start looking at them differently.
Oh. I regret bringing this up.
Lucy will be like, look at these normies. Aster is a suspect. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. Because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyverngard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Of course. My apologies, Grand General. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. You didn't have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord, after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless.
The Force Cage.
Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late king's coffin?
Yes. There wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the Force Cage. Although we're not sure about who could have set that trap, there are also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency. many of them fell comatose during the massacre.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when pushed far enough.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means that we have no way of telling when that glyph of contingency was set.
I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency, or His Majesty's firebolt.
I'm terribly sorry about that.
Huh.
Evocation. Is of illusion, magic, crime scene imply that someone hid themselves from the guards as they set this trap. I couldn't blame him for reacting like that, but it was going to make figuring out who did this much more difficult. Arya Steelwind. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How's she doing? I think she's doing the best she can. She's quite the resilient girl.
No thanks to you.
Oh.
Oh, snap.
What?
She's only in this situation because of you.
Wow, okay.
You can tell he's pissed because he's talking down to the king.
Dang. Lucio, that's not... me? You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her.
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. You know nothing about her. Oh. She's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tymora, and she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her.
That's why he's mad.
Yeah. Man.
We're getting some raw feeling from Lucio Steelwind. Never thought I'd see the day. That's ridiculous. Why would she even care? Why would she ever care if I noticed her?
Even now you're blind to it?
Alright, that's some deserved anger. Really, bro? Even now?
When you were engaged to Lady Frega, you flaunted your relationship in front of her with no regard for her feelings. every time you two visited her, she spent the entire night silently crying to herself. Oh. Wow. This was the first time I'd ever seen him that angry. I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us. But she's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, let's focus on getting through this trial. Damn. Hey, it's me, Tyrion Cuthbert. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. Please, do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. I'd read the theocracy's texts, but is this really what all Heavensborn are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I'm not doing this because of my divine blood. I admire Prosecutor Steelwind a lot. I know what it's like to feel hopeless. I won't let her story end like this. I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Damn it all. Judging from the spell compendiums I had, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. If the patron was a mage, it was very likely that they were the one who cast Glyph of Contingency. But I was out of options. There was only one more person I could talk to. Only one? Who's that? Okay, so I guess I'm done here? Oh, the eye taker, right. Okay. I forgot what we were building up to. We made our way back to the alleyway that Timora brought us to a month ago. The alley was quiet, but I wasn't sure if I could trust that. We got looks from people living in the nearby buildings. They shut their windows the moment they saw us. I hoped I hadn't raised any alarms. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with us. Celeste actually planned the entire operation. They would walk through the streets and quickly storm the building the moment trouble arose. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stopped focusing her magic, that would send a signal to the Kingsguard to storm the building. Are you ready? Yes. Let's do this. The Eye Taker was our prime suspect. Everyone else had an alibi and lacked a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. I didn't want to suspect her, but her father was a criminal, and she still hadn't turned up since the massacre. All right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. I kicked one of the nearby tables in frustration. Several books fell to the floor. Of course he wasn't there. I betrayed him after being brought to this hideout. I took a close look at the desk he was sitting at during our previous visit.
There was a thick layer of dust on it. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day I convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. Celeste tossed away the Kingsguard's runestone. A few seconds later, I heard the footfalls of soldiers rushing toward our location. Freeze! In the name of the Wyvern Guard! He and the other knights froze as they saw the empty room. Be careful, sir. I believe they're magically disguising themselves as furniture. I see we're playing prop hunt now. They're not here, you idiot. I let out a frustrated breath as I took a seat on a chair nearby. It launched a cloud of dust into the air. He was the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means or motive to do this. He's probably long gone by now. It's over. Well, you're not wrong. He's long gone, that's for sure. I'm sorry, Tyrion. But you did everything you could, didn't you? What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. A thought came to my head, but I didn't like it. There is one person who might know where he is. Huh? What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. I wasn't looking forward to this, but at the same time I was. It didn't matter. I had a job to do. The client came first. He was the one who taught me that. Okay, but anything going on here?
Repairing Arcanum.
I don't see anything. I never got a chance to look at this painting the last time we were here. He looks like some kind of crime lord. I think that's one of the previous eye-takers. Huh? So the eye-taker is a position, passed down. I wonder if Eris, aka Empress, had anything to do with them as well. Back then, he had an even tighter grip on the criminal underbelly of Ratho. People used to call him the Raging Storm. But isn't Eye-Taker already a nickname? Look, sir, I don't come up with these names. Alright, fair enough. There were several fantasy novels stacked on the desk. The Eye-Taker must have been a fan of the genre. You know, in a fantasy world, would fantasy novels be like novels of something like our world? Worlds without magic? Uno reverse. I could see the back alley entrance from this window. The Eye-Taker must have used this to get a good look at anyone approaching his hideout. This was the table where the Eye-Taker sat. There was a thick layer of dust on it. The fireplace hadn't been lit in a while. I could still see the burnt ashes of some documents. Okay. Well, to Tymora Law Offices. We arrived at the office of Tymora's law firm. Arya had told us that she was still practicing. It was located in the lower districts. It honestly seemed kind of out of place there from how pristine and clean it looked. A place like this belonged in the upper district, where the nobles and the merchants lived. But Timora needed her office to be close to her clients. They needed to know they had a place to turn to when the kingdom turned their back on them. I remember the first day I came to this office. I was starving and filthy. Looking back, it's a miracle I'd even made it here at all. That was the lowest point of my life, and she... Sir? After everything that had happened, I didn't feel ready. For the past month, everything that I'd said to her was replaying in my head. I wasn't thinking clearly, but a part of me meant everything that I'd said to her. Would I have said anything differently? I felt the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand within mine again. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Every moment of silence following that filled me with anxiety and dread. I don't know who you think you are, but we... She froze when she saw who her visitor was. She looked completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrowed at the Legion knights flanking. Am I under arrest? No, of course not. I drew in a sharp breath and just exhaled. Can we come in? Yes, of course. I took a seat inside her office, staying silent as I looked around. It hadn't changed at all. Even though they were my escorts, the knights felt like they were looming over the two of us. Hey, Celeste, could you take the knights outside and go and do a perimeter of the building? What? But... Are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wyverngard. I think I'll be fine. Tyrion, my guy, you are a bit too trusting. Oh my. Like, for the duration of this trial, I feel like Celeste should be by him all the time. It's not like it's the first time he'd be targeted. No, but... She stopped when I raised an eyebrow at her. I knew she was worried, but this was starting to get overbearing. Sorry. You're right. I'll just... It's like the third time or so that Tyrion says he can be alone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be Ruby Timora trying to attack him or anything. Like, who knows? The Empress of Discord might be lying in wait. I don't know. Like, or somebody working for her could be lying in wait. In a world of magic, there could be so many possibilities. With a motion of her hand, the knights followed her out into the out of the office. She was the last one out of the door. She looked back at me before leaving. But after a while, she realized how long she'd been staring and quickly closed the door. Wait, what if I detect magic?
Preparing Arcanum.
Immersion break. It's a painting of a noble? Not quite. That's Eliza Tantivy. She was a common folk professor at the Imperial Academy. This portrait was commissioned by one of her noble patrons. It really just shows off their wealth, though. It doesn't celebrate anything noteworthy. Why do you have this, then? I like her, and she's a good reminder of what the common folk can accomplish. The sun had gone down. We only had a few hours left. A painting of some sort of pirate. He was a pirate who was famous for ruthlessly destroying the ships of anyone who stood in his way. During the Great Luminite War, the Wyvern Guard Crown hired him as a privateer to protect Aranax from the Theocracy's navy. He sailed near my hometown. During the Great War, Aranax was a vital foothold for Wyvern Guard's navy. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Theocracy and executed for his crimes. But I hear he gave them the runaround for 8 years before he was captured. Dang, 8 years. It was a bookshelf. There were several books about law and national history. I read a lot of these books from front to back while studying to be an attorney. I even remember that time Celeste tried to sneak a Death at Daggerfall book here. My mentor was furious. Chairs. It was a chair for guests. I used to sit here for hours while Tymora would do the paperwork for her clients. Nothing about the desk? Here. You know, I have to for science this. It's your attorney's runestone. You are the one that gave it to me. Right. Oof. Small talk. Is McCoy okay? She's not being her usual self. Yeah, she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. What do you mean? It's a long story. I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a lot more venom than I'd meant for it to. Another moment of silence followed that. I received your letters. Oh, did you... I haven't gotten a chance to read them yet. Of course. Whenever you're not busy. Oof. Tymora's actions. Miss Tymora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you things about myself that I'd never told anyone. And you told a criminal about it. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about the Eye of Horus. And you knew that. Why would you pull me into this? Did you ever think I would go along with it? For a long moment, nothing came to her. Tymora's past. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. Wait, you lived in a village like that? My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. It's almost alien now that I think about it, but I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, the ruling lord had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that Lord Randall felt threatened and acted in self-defense. Her fist clenched and shuddered at the thought. Even now, it looked like her rage would boil over at any moment. What was your son's name? It was Ryan. Oh. Bruh. What did you do? It felt like all color disappeared from the world. How could I find beauty in a world where my son could die so pointlessly? I tried to tell everyone about what Randall had done. I sent letters to his family. I visited his fellow nobles in the other cities. I even traveled to Rathome to personally talk to the representatives from the House of Lords. That's when a retainer from House Sybil came into contact with me. I thought this was it. I thought someone had finally listened, and Ryan would finally get justice. But when I met with them, they just gave me a sack of gold and told me to stop pushing the matter. They wanted to pay you off. You know what the worst part was? That retainer was just looking out for me. They told me what the nobility was really like. Stories like what happened to my son were commonplace among them. No one ever spoke about it, but there was a silent understanding. Everyone I'd talked to, every noble that threw false sympathy at me, none of them actually cared. They thought they could pay me to let go. They gave me 100 gold coins. That's how much my son's life was worth to them. I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. I told myself that killing him would be too easy. I broke into Lord Randall's manor. I found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything, from records of illegitimate children, the plots he was making against the other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to punish them. I didn't have to harm or kill anyone. I just had to beat them at their own game. I could use the laws they created as a weapon against them. Just like an attorney. Just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyverngard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients. It was nice to save people, but tearing those nobles down was what gave me life. I was on the warpath. I was acquitting more commoners than any other attorney in Wyverngard. I felt invincible. That's when the Eye-Taker reached out to me. He said he believed in my cause and wanted to help me. But it was obvious he just needed me for his enterprise. I turned him down. How did he react to that? He didn't do anything. He wasn't even angry. He just told me his offer would stay open. I continued my work, but as I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I was still winning, but the trials got closer and closer each time. I didn't care, though. I thought that no matter what happened, justice was on my side. But then I started losing. I thought it was par for the course. I told myself that I couldn't save everyone. But it kept happening over and over again. I kept seeing lives taken away. I kept seeing families shattered. I remember each and every one of their names and faces. I attended their executions because I was powerless to do anything else. The screams of despair of each of their families still keep me up at night. I tried my best to carry that weight, but it got harder each time. And then Frey's trial happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of lifting your spirits. It didn't matter how much was burdening you. It was like magic. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her. I failed you. I never once blamed you for what happened. I know. But that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. After her execution, I couldn't bear to look at you. This child was broken. Forever shattered because I had too much pride to take help from a criminal. If I'd just done that, your mother would still be alive. I ran away from Aranax. I wanted to forget about you. But then you showed up at my doorstep, asking me to make you an attorney. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic I must have been to look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted to burn them to the ground. But I never even tried to notice that you were nothing like me. You cared about people. You cared about saving your clients. But I always thought that's what would bring you to my side. How could you possibly think that? Because I thought you'd start losing too. I thought the justice system would break you. I hated myself for it. But I wanted you to fail so you'd see that the Eye Taker was the only way to win. Maybe you were right about me. Maybe I was just using you. I forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. I really did care about you. I would have never pulled you into this.
I've been thinking a lot about what happened. I imagined what it would be like to have a helpless child show up on your doorstep like that. You were living your own life and fighting your own demons. I just thrust myself into it. I didn't give you much of a choice, did I?
Cuthbert.
We both could have made better choices.
You're right. I really don't know what it's like to lose. I'm able to see angles that no one else can, and that served me well. But most of the time, I just get lucky and things work out for me. You never had a prosecutor who went easy on you. You never had the Eye of Horus to show you what people were hiding. You fought by yourself, and I can't imagine how resilient you must have been to do that. But I still don't know if I can forgive you. I don't blame you, but I want to try. Miss Timora, I still want you to be in my life. Even if we don't always see eye to eye, the years I spent with you were just as precious to me as the times I had with my mother. She had to blink back a tear as I said that. She shook her head, annoyed. Damn it, Tyrion. Why'd you have to go and say that? Miss Timora. No. Stop calling me that. What? I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. You don't answer to me. So call me by my first name. Oh, okay. Ruby? Saying it felt really strange after all these years. Alright. Reconciliation, yay! And now to the reason we came here. The Eye Taker. Right. I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay. I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker. Tyrion. I know. Considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion. The Eye Taker is dead. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying that it must have been some sort of retaliation from House Frege. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. And why would Eris say that? Eris? You've met her before. She has long black hair and she wears a black dress. I suppose she really likes black. But anyways, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. Interesting. I'm more intrigued by the fact that Ruby has memories of the Eye Taker's original daughter. It's not like she's powerful enough to resist Eris. So is this just an oversight or arrogance by Eris, or...
Is this a trap? Well, not really a trap, but just part of her grand plan. What? He was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. Oh! Speak of the devil. Ruby was about to say something about, that's right, yada yada.
What are you talking about? He was never at that meeting.
For some reason, does Eris want Tyrion to find her? But why? This is confusing. Okay. What? What was going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. My eyes. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will, and her memories were overridden. No.
Tyrion? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
Part of me really hoped I was wrong about this. My Ruby's memory is different from yours.
Maybe.
Ruby signed a blood contract. That was the only explanation I could think of. But why? I don't know, I don't know. I have to wonder if she can control people in ways other than a blood contract, because I feel like not all of the people that he rewrote reality for had a blood contract with her. I don't know, I can't remember everyone that she did that to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with that purple mark? But there's got to be some way for her to forcefully control people without a blood contract, I feel. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me for the Empress of Discord. But I could see Ruby somehow signing a blood contract, especially how she was, as she said, on the warpath. She just wanted revenge. Her memories seemed intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, I suspected that she might have been involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, but she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. But I never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Well, she's not a qualified attorney. I'm pretty sure about that. Are we just gonna put this together suddenly? The Empress of Discord? He just suddenly put it together, huh? Okay. It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we developed the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I am.
Oh? What? Oh? Wait a minute. This is what got overwritten. Huh? It changed to something else. Like, originally it was this. Always been able to see me for what I am. But then it got overwritten with something else. But Tyrion's remembering what she actually said. Maybe he's just gotten enough power that he can see through her illusions? Interesting. There was still very little I knew about demons. So who was to say that one couldn't take the appearance of a human? It was a long shot, but there was one way to find out for sure.
Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong?
Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall into medical distress, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke.
What?
Oh boy. Tyrion, you should really have, like, if you're gonna do something this stupid... Yeah, first of all, poor Celeste. But if he's gonna do something this stupid, he should really call them beforehand. There was no way either of them would get here in time. But it was already late, and the trial would resume tomorrow. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tymora.
So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion.
This entire time, I've been chasing you.
You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around.
You've been making contracts with people across Wyrengard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this?
Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. But I suppose that you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift?
Ruby's blood contract. Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tymora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tymora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. Signed with Ruby Tymora's name. Well, on the bright side, she hasn't signed her soul over. But, yikes.
What was that?
Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. She's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her.
What? Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this.
I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya.
What does Prosecutor Steelwind have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense. There's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract?
Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord.
What?
It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract, and she used her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre.
What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time. How could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marnath.
I know how unbelievable it is. I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon.
Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that.
We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It had already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know.
Yeah, of course.
Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action.
Right.
Celeste rushed out of the door and began barking orders to the knights. I was about to follow her when Ruby pulled at my wrist.
Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately?
Yeah. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case.
It's just that...
What's wrong?
Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. It's not as if it's my ability anyways. It's probably nothing.
When you say that, I think that it probably is something, and it's probably something major. Okay.
I know you can't tell me about what you're doing. And I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and this Empress of Discord. Just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left.
Oof. I will. I promise.
Thank you.
I'd finally found the lead I'd been looking for. I wasn't sure where this would take me. Who was Eris? What stake could she possibly have in the politics of Wyverngard? She not only impersonated the Eye-Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be my friend. I was terrified of what she was planning. Oh boy, speak the devil.
Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orem, I've put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 nobles and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. I even made sure to go over everything a second time.
You're insane.
That took you long enough to notice. I guess the Oafish Inquisition commander does have some observational skills after all.
Whatever. You just better not try anything.
You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions. No more talking. No more god-awful teasing. It's just me and you.
Oh boy. I'd finally brought the Empress of Discord onto the stand. Even with an ancient dragon looming behind her, she still wore the same slightly amused expression she always had. Think I'll actually finish this today? It seems like it. I mean, if it's just this court case, and then maybe like a little epilogue thing. Yeah, I can probably finish it. As long as my throat doesn't die. Now that I thought about it, I could never really glean that much emotion from her. What really lay behind those vacant eyes of hers? Now that I knew the truth, it felt as if I were looking at a doll being puppeted around. Yeah, I sort of wonder if this is the actual body of the Eye-Taker's daughter. And even though she's supposed to have red hair, assuming that that's true, I wonder if just Eris turned it black, or if, yeah, if she turned it black or something. Maybe changed the eye color as well. Like demonic possession type thing.
Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met like this. You're a lot smaller than I expected.
Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the Scaled Lord? People of the court, until now we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We didn't even fully understand who they were. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyverngard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. Her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility.
Objection!
Why are we continuing with this? He's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this.
Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human?
What?
In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
If what you are saying is true, that makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. You're always trying to protect her, Lucio, but all you ever do is hurt her. Everything is about duty with you. You expected your duty to save Arya at the cost of your wife. How did that work out for you?
How dare!
You couldn't bear the way she looked at you after that, could you? That terrified look in her eyes must have felt like a knife to the heart each day. She had no one. He was alone, save for her unrequited affections, for a man who would never look her way. Did you think that arranging that marriage for them would ever atone for beheading her mother?
Eris, stop this.
All you did was find a new way for her to make her suffer. I must commend you. You'd make a great demon.
He doesn't even have a rebuttal to that.
Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me.
What?
But I suppose there's one possible way to end my contract.
What? What is it?
My contract will bind Arya to Steelwind to the patron, so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery.
You little wretch! I will hunt you down until the end of... Enough of this. Lucio, don't indulge her. We brought her here for a reason.
I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this?
Because it's easy.
It does a lot of damage.
Tyrion, why are you here?
What?
Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world?
I don't know. It's just what I've always done.
The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people. You fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... Does it feel good, Tyrion? To know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving in to it. That's not... Just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make each and every one of your faces contort in agony and despair.
So you're just a monster, through and through.
Humanity is a stain in the universe, Tyrion. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend they're anything different.
I truly pity you if that's all you see in us.
Oh, so now it's us. Heaven has always condemned beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. So self-gratifying that it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is. And I've made it my eternal mission to break them and send them back to their creators in pieces. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. It took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion.
No. Are you saying...
You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were for you, my dearest Tyrion. All so I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth.
Tyrion. No.
Objection! That's enough out of you, you witch.
Lucio?
Cuthbert, I gave you an order under threat of execution, yet you still falter?
What are you...
No matter who lies before you, cut them down. I will not accept defeat without a proper fight from you. Are a few empty words enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert?
Eris was the patron. There was very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice, her blood contract was short and concise. But what kind of attorney would I be? No. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to talk about philosophy. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out.
Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that will last.
I just want to go back and say, at least to Eris, like, assuming that she cannot speak lies, like other demons, at least to Eris, the Heavensborn were created by the gods to tip the scales in Good's favor, because they don't have faith in humanity. I just find that interesting.
It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone.
Your testimony is pretty thorough.
Of course. I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion?
She may not have technically lied, but she wasn't here to act in good faith. Okay. One who masterminded this. So you completely carried out this plan yourself.
Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind. So I wasn't truly acting alone.
You know what I meant.
Yes, I just can't help myself sometimes. To state things plainly, no human willingly helped me with my plan that day.
I'm thinking there's another accomplice, but with what she just said, even if there was, they didn't willingly help. What about the king's funeral? How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret.
Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all of my secrets now, can I?
It wasn't as if I could charge her with perjury. I would just have to play along with her games. Beatrice Frege, compel them to act against their will. That ability of yours is dreadful.
Thank you for noticing.
That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people.
Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered.
Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract.
Aren't you just assuming that?
What?
How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me?
My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris.
Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point.
If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. I feel like Eris is not going to obscure what actually happened too much. Except for Well, yeah, I don't know. I think there's still somebody that we haven't uncovered. But in the end, I think Eris just wants Tyrion to dispute the contracts with her. Huh. Because that way she can get his soul. Oh, darn it, I'm dropping frames. My mouse go. Okay, looks like it should be about fixed. Yeah, I think we're okay now. Alright, and I should be double checking. A lot of frames for a while. Yeah. Okay. I only caught it like 2/3 of the way through, it looks like. Let's see. He hasn't changed any of the base statements yet, I think. Okay. Total date of the deaths, yada yada. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie. So I thought I'd give you something. Oh? Huh? For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another frigate that I've enthralled. That list is very long, you know. That could be a misleading statement because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's any of the current families. Could be a past member of the families, which he's just trying to sow discord. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. So discord? No! Gasp! Who could have guessed that the Empress of Discord would sow discord? What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. No, but you specifically went after them. I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so. That doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yes, I suppose so. Oh, we're frames. Oh, yep, there it goes again. What the heck? Alright, then I'm gonna need to use the bathroom soon anyway, so while I'm waiting for this patch of pain to get past. Type in chat. It's faster to see it there than wait for it to show up on stream. Anyway, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Like everything's fine. Okay, let us continue. Okay, so this... a new statement.
I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible.
We already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead?
Aren't you just assuming that?
I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion.
And that's where you made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically.
Every murder I'd investigated had followed some kind of logic. But Eris was a different beast entirely. For all I know, she could have done this all for the fun of it. But, I don't know, I mean... we're assuming that she can't lie, but I have to wonder, as the lord of all demons, I guess, if she can lie and get away with it. But she wants us to think that she can't lie. I don't know. Okay, only motivation is to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer.
Is something wrong, Tyrion? I went to all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Objection! Enough. Stay on subject, witness.
I'm not complaining about this, but if you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me?
Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. It's like cooking a meal. You need to let all the ingredients marinate to get something truly delectable.
Lovely. Aside from thralls, acting alone. Did follow orders. Why do you find the need to specify that?
To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she?
But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre?
Of course I did. I worked together with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind.
I'm sensing an "and" that she's purposefully not saying. You know what I meant, Eris.
My apologies. I just can't help myself sometimes. I was acting of my own free will. I didn't have a contract with anyone to facilitate any of those murders.
She technically couldn't lie, but she was clearly hiding something in her words. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, I needed to focus on what she was clearly trying to imply with each statement. I don't know what I should pick out. No, I don't know. Are we sure she can't lie? She needed Arya to kill her victims as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And why was she fighting Celeste for like 20 minutes? Or was it longer? Oh my.
I'll try Celeste's testimony?
Objection!
No. Sorry, but that wasn't the correct answer. Did you notice how the music didn't stop?
A little fourth wall break there. What?
I was a little confused about what she was saying. She was right. And that wasn't the contradiction I was looking for. Contradiction. I mean, he already brought up about Pierce having influenced Celeste. It's not that. Oops. I feel like her posture here is hinting that this is the correct answer. Or rather, this is the correct statement that I should be looking at. This is the only one where her posture changes. She's doing that smirk. With the other fourth wall break, I wouldn't be surprised. Unless she's trying to mislead me. I did not mean to hit that. Yada. Okay, but what about if it's actually this? But what about the trap? If we're going on the angle of there's somebody that still hasn't been unveiled.
Objection!
Nope. Like, Force Cage is not part of their compendiums.
Objection!
No. And it's like, could be a different one? Oh no, I guess that's the only one about the force cage, isn't it? Hmm. Wait, as quickly as possible. No, okay, the route. Maybe it's the route. Quickly and as efficiently as possible, but it's not quick and efficient. Because it wasn't a direct route.
Objection!
Haha! Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's not exactly what happened, did it?
Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated.
See, you know it's right because the music stopped, yeah. That's not what I was referring to.
Oh?
You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it?
Is that so?
Why did she look so pleased with herself? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence, but that clearly wasn't your intent.
I agree. So why would I do that?
The love of God, can you stop speaking in riddles?
I have no love for any god aside from myself.
She was behaving differently from the way she did during her testimony. She finally started being vague. Oh no. She's becoming the vague posting queen. I needed to stick to the facts that I knew for certain. In her testimony, she said the following.
I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible.
She could have been trying to mislead me. Which phrase did Eris use to mislead me? No, considering who she was definitely trying to mislead me. Them specifically? I mean, that's what she put emphasis on. She used the word specifically. Would that have changed the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims, but she might have had a reason to kill in general. That seemed like a stretch, though. She did say that she did all this for me. Did she set all this up so I would have a mystery to solve? Perhaps one of her other phrases has something you can use. Okay. Wait, what about Arya? I just needed Arya. So what if there was someone else? She said that she needed Arya to kill the victims. But that phrasing didn't necessarily mean that she required Arya to do this.
Although I still don't know the circumstances under which she signed that contract. Perhaps Arya was the only powerful mage she could trick or coerce into giving up control of herself. But either way, that didn't really mislead you. Perhaps one of her other phrases had something I could use. Oh, okay. I mean, quickly and efficiently is what set us off in the first place. Let's give it a shot. He needed Arya to commit murders quickly and efficiently, but because of Celeste's combat prowess, that didn't end up happening. That hardly seems like something intentional on her end. She admitted multiple times that she underestimated Celeste. That means that she was truly caught off guard by her. Perhaps one of her other phrases had something I could use. Didn't really have a reason. For all I knew, she could have had a very specific reason to kill them. But she'd said multiple times that she didn't have a reason. Out of all the parts of that statement, that seems the most direct. Okay. Kill my victims? Hey, that was it. She said my victims instead of the victims. It was a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. I even recalled Maranath using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which could only mean that the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Her victims could be like Tyrion and or the people that she controlled. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims?
Considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim.
Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? You're hiding something, aren't you?
If that's what you think, it's definitely possible.
Again with the vague answers. Why did she even agree to testify in the first place? There was nothing any of us could threaten her with. She could have easily disappeared. She never had to come here. Which means that she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd von Sanctus?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Coraline Sybil?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Demon, who killed Garrick Pierce?
I refuse to answer.
She was doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she was trying to guide me to the truth. But for what purpose? Was Arya not the one who killed Pierce? Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you?
Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that.
What kind of game are you playing? I knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth. So why are you staying silent?
And what would be the fun in that?
You wanted me to find out the truth. That meant I already had the evidence I needed to do so.
You've felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you've felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you?
What? How did you...
Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day?
Oh, oh no. Okay, I needed to think through this. I let everything else disappear from the world. I needed to look at each of the pieces and where they lay on the board. Eris wasn't the patron. That meant that someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do I already know about the patron through the first two murders? They knew Von Sanctus still needed oxygen in his force cage. And they knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by a hold creature and affected by stone skin.
Maybe.
The patron is experienced in using lethal magic? They were well versed in using magic lethally. My eyes. Whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. Something was different about Garrick Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. But I sort of wonder if this is misleading. It doesn't mean the patron is the one who killed Pierce. Somebody else killed Pierce, but they're not necessarily the patron, as far as I understand it. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No. Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That was how she knocked me and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? If the patron was coordinating with Eris, he could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. Eris chose to betray the patron? Stealthily, quickly, reluctantly? That doesn't make any sense.
What if?
The murderer chose to... Beatrice chose to betray the patron? Personally? I don't think it's possible. Stealthily? Doesn't quite seem right. Wasn't able to? Kill Pierce stealthily? Yeah, Beatrice wasn't able to kill Pierce stealthily. Maybe. No? Okay. No, Eris had the means to murder Pierce while he was knocked out. It was strange, but there was only one possible explanation for why they killed Pierce personally. Ah. The murderer chose to kill Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Did that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. My actions that day were for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. The truth. She wanted me to piece it together. First, I thought she was trying to blame me for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wanted me to realize. All to throw me into despair somehow. Through the way the patron controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to situations where they encountered spells and all of their restrictions. They also personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what I knew, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room before the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had a personal grudge against Garrick Pierce. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? What? No. That's not... But it was where all of the clues led me. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Whoops. No. It can't be. That's not... Eris wanted me to suffer. But I owed it to Arya not to run away from this. No. I owed it to everyone within Wyverngard to see this through. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Stop it. It has to be someone else. He would never... No matter how much I wanted to, couldn't think of anyone else. Who else would Eris have chosen? Now I'm confused if I'm wrong. Like, I feel like this is just Tyrion not wanting to say it, but then he's like, oh, but no, but I gotta say it. Huh? Like, you've had me do this 3 times already. Is it? Damn it. Damn it. Ah! My scream of pure rage echoed through the temple. I was giving Eris exactly what she wanted, but I didn't know what else to do. What is this? Is everything okay?
Tyrion, are you...
I looked at her. We both remained silent, a shared understanding of the truth.
There it is. You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered?
Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now.
I wanted to be wrong. I never wanted anything more in my entire life. Nothing would make me happier than having this edict fail, even if it cost me my life. But I knew. I finally realized what had happened. I barely muttered my next words. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane.
She said the thing. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with...
Say it. Say her name so that everyone can hear it.
Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. Ooh. Oh. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. I realized it as soon as she said about there's been a nagging feeling in the back of your mind through this whole case. Because, yeah, there's always been a nagging feeling. But I didn't think that she might still be the patron. I didn't think she'd do that to Arya, but she had no choice. But it like... Yeah, actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation. Maybe she didn't think that she'd cause Arya to sign a blood contract as well? But, man. I thought it was the priest or something, or the high speaker. I thought he was going to be the patron. Because I thought that the document that Arya signed was reminiscent of like a marriage contract. So there's probably something else in the top that made it seem more like that. I don't know what was in the top of that document, because it said something about it's gone, or like there's a whole lot of space there. But it probably looked different. And I was thinking the only person that would be able to, or the person that best fits the situation would be if the high speaker gave this contract to her when they were in the marriage talks. But I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry, What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time.
Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord?
I did. It's the only thing that would save Tyrion.
What?
I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris.
Oh. Oh. No wonder she had such a tough fight. 'Cause I was wondering about that. I didn't think Arya would be able to put up that much of a fight, but I sort of chalked it up to some kind of possession or whatever. Yeah, she fought Eris herself. Dang. Celeste is powerful enough to survive against the Empress of Discord in 2v1 combat. Holy cow. Well, I say that, yeah, it's true. I mean, don't know how it actually went, but... Well, Eris would never want to kill Celeste. That's true. He could have been holding back.
Beatrice's illusions were too much for me. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you.
He actually died? Hold up. The apparent death. Okay. So yeah, when he doesn't say that she'll only revive him once. So he can die as many times as necessary, and she'll still have to revive him. But yeah, so whoever he saw then when he died
had nothing to do with the divine. Instead, it was the Empress talking to him. Hmm. So he initially died.
Tyrion, you...
She couldn't even bring herself to say it.
You realize now, Tyrion?
Stop it.
Celeste McCoy was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me, all so that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract.
What? How could you?
It's so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to...
Yeah. She didn't expect to force a blood contract on her. She used that contract to make you act against your will. So it wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Frega who were controlled that day.
You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence.
Ah, as long as they both live. Hmm.
You can't kill me. So there's only one solution to free your daughter.
Indeed. What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After the lengths you've gone to for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you all in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control.
Do it. What? What are you saying?
I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. But I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove somehow all of this wasn't my fault.
I finally found the culprit I'd been looking for. It was absolutely breaking me. That nagging feeling I'd been experiencing. It was my absolute trust in Celeste. Actually, it still hadn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. I suppose there is no reason to continue with this. Wait! I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait! Lucio!
That's enough! What kind of court is this?
Arya leapt from the platforms above and landed right onto the witness stand. She kicked Eris out of the way. Something that even caught her off guard. Holy based! Just full on kick the Empress of Discord out of the way.
Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste McCoy is innocent until proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on her until that is unequivocally proven.
You fool! What are you doing? It's your...
How dare you, Grand General?
What?
How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? You aren't even a real prosecutor. You're just a child playing at the law.
Lucio just stood there, eyes wide and bewildered. He stammered for a bit, but said nothing.
And you, Tyrion, how can you just stand there?
Me?
You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath?
I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. I need to approach this objectively.
Tyrion. The hell with that!
Huh?
Justice may be blind, but I will not allow it to be rendered heartless. Not as long as I'm here. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, then you don't deserve her.
Holy based! Celeste stocks are fluctuating, but man, Arya's stocks are raising steeply. I mean, not that I want Tyrion to get with Arya or anything, but just best girl position is in danger.
Tyrion,
The prosecutor was right. We were all being cowards. Me, Lucio, even Celeste. We all just wanted to run into the inevitable to save us the pain. Celeste, can you testify about what happened?
What? But...
Arya is right. We need to do this properly. I agree. And I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened. Fine. Do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste.
Tyrion,
Witness, please testify about what you did that day.
Okay. The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. That nagging feeling was still there.
Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert.
Here's rewrote memories. Knocked out 145.
She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. You must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Eris had the power to take control of people against their will. And she clearly had the power to bring people back from the dead. But if that were true, could I even trust my own memories? But how can she do that without a blood contract? But again, she might not need a blood contract. I mean... Huh. Unless she has some... I'm gonna throw out a wild theory. What if she has some kind of blood contract going back to the beginning of Wyverngard? Where she has, like, general free reign over everybody. But then why would she need to make contracts with other people? Alright, let's continue. Beatrice and Eris attacking guards at 1:40 p.m. Right. I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? Wait, yeah, she didn't have control of Arya until then. Oh, wait. Arya was in talks with the High Speaker and Aster. And then, well, Arya walked out of the meeting in a strange way. Didn't reply. I don't know, I'm still finding it hard to mean that... Or hard for, Celeste to be the patron. No. No, I feel like my first guess was actually right. No, what if... Did she ever actually say that Celeste is the patron? No, she said that that the patron is right in front of you the whole time. Did she actually name Celeste as the patron, though? There's still the question of who is the one with Arya attacking people. Was it Beatrice or was it somebody else?
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like her being a part of this doesn't necessarily mean she's the patron. Besides, she herself doesn't seem 100% certain that she's the patron.
I had to create an alibi.
Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony. The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Steelwind also knew that she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Frege and that demon do when you found them, McCoy?
Sleeping in the prayer room, Beatrice killed him.
How do they trick you so easily?
When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them.
Huh? Okay.
Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. Beatrice used an illusion to distract me. That's when she...
How did Beatrice kill me?
She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you.
Huh?
Which one is her spell compendium? Familial bonds, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, shatter, invisibility, feign death, illusory disguise.
Okay, so that's probably necrotic blight. Pulls all of the life energy from the target, resulting in instant death. Does not wound the target, nor does it leave any physical evidence. Still leaves a magical trace. Was there a magical trace on Tyrion?
I feel like there could have been. I don't know.
Can't quite remember. Oh, right, yeah, there was, because Celeste said that was about her healing him. Yeah. Yeah, and Celeste did say there was from the healing. Okay.
When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight.
So that's why Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal me as well. What did you do after I died?
There's something to resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce.
Oh, wait. With the apparent death. With the apparent death. No. Oh, it wasn't necrotic blight. It was feigned death. That's where feigned death comes. That is necromancy, right? He didn't actually die. No, and then that means if he didn't die there, I don't think Eris has the power to bring somebody back to life. So it probably was Asclepius that healed him. That, or he didn't truly die then either. Okay, where is it? Feign death. Yeah, that is necromancy. Creature will stop breathing, their heart will stop beating, their life energies of the spell will keep them alive for the duration. Resurrect in exchange for killing Pierce. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. He wanted you to make a deal with her. It was all so she could make me suffer.
Tyrion, I'm so...
Stop. Just don't. Wouldn't have done it, I just wanted you back, didn't care about what happened. How could you possibly think that was okay?
I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't... Sorry, I didn't know what to do.
There will be plenty of time to discuss this privately, Mr. Cuthbert. Not if we don't save her first. Lucio seems pretty eager. Okay. Right. That part was written in a slightly misleading way. She must have thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell, but instead she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon. How did Eris make you trick Arya into signing that blood contract?
He made me tell Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was originally convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes.
Well then, what's with the blank space at the top? Oh, and... Eternal servitude. Engage in actions deemed necessary. Like, could she have tampered with Celeste's memories? Yeah, I think it doesn't line up. Arya was already acting strangely when she left the marriage meeting. And she would have only talked to Celeste after that. How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste?
I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice. I don't care if you hate me after this, but even now I would still make that same choice. I don't hate.
I couldn't let my emotions get out of hand. I needed to focus on the case for now. Perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now. He wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Why did I feel like something she said didn't match up with the evidence I had? Is there really something for me to present? Which do I respond to this time? Oh, I accidentally pressed. I don't think this is going to be right, but I'm going to present feign death. Objection! Nope. Celeste, your testimony contradicts the evidence, and this proves it. I'm sorry, but I don't really see how that proves anything. Oh, I suppose you're right. Yeah, let's see. Trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Okay, the marriage meeting. At 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer Aster when when asked where she was going. Objection! No, that's not right. What am I supposed to respond to here? Like, I have an idea of things that I can use to, or things that conflict with what she's saying. Like I said, Arya acting strangely when she left the meeting, so before Celeste would have been able to talk to her. And then also, I don't think that Tyrion actually died, but I just don't know what I'm supposed to respond to, and with what evidence. Maybe, well, maybe it's the rewrite of the memories thing, because Tyrion's memory didn't get overwritten, but Ruby's did. And nothing to do with what I said? Okay, well that just makes me more... I think it's more likely it's what I just said. About Ruby. Do I have that as evidence, though? Well, I mean, I have this. I don't know, I'll try presenting that. Nope. Oh, well, wait. Pierce was killed last because of the time of death. So, yeah.
Objection!
No, that's it. Oh, wait. I was at the wrong statement.
Objection!
I decided to use the autopsy report because it said 245. So I think it has something to do with Garrett Pierce's time of death. I just gotta find out which statement goes with which piece of evidence. Okay, so it's not the 7th? Is it... Is it the first one?
Objection!
No? Well, I don't think it would be the root one. Alright, can you give me a hint? Is it the time? Something about the time? Like, am I on the right track, or is this a waste of effort? It doesn't seem to match up with the statements, but I feel like that should be it. It's not about Pierce's time of death? Okay. Thank you. Fire room at 140. Beatrice and Ares attacking guards. Does that conflict with High Speaker? Well, the marriage meeting is 140. There's a soundproof room, so it's not like she heard what was going on. But I don't know, I'll try that. No?
I am so close to just looking up the answer. It's like there's so many things I could refute, but because of the limitations of the game, I'm looking for one specific piece of evidence to match with one specific statement. And I don't know which of those I'm looking for. Eris rewrote your memories. But I feel like Eris shouldn't be able to write Tyrion's memories. But I don't think I have any evidence to disprove that. Aster has no... It does have to do with time? Okay. Thank you. It's not the memory rewriting. The time. Something about the time. What times do I have? Letter from Garrick Pierce. At 2 p.m. Died at 2:45. It's not his cause of death, or not his time of death. Anybody else's time of death? We've established that Arya is the one who killed Sybil and Lloyd. I didn't see Celeste until 3:10. I mean, could that be it? I doubt it. I don't know. Beatrice entered at 2:30 p.m., but... Well, was there anything about... Did he notice a clock? Well, I don't remember him noticing, like, clock or anything. Or did he? Now I'm second guessing. I guess we're leaving the meeting at 1:40. Doesn't have anything to do with this. Like, I find it suspect that she just abruptly left and didn't answer. But that doesn't have to do with the time. Originally was called away at 1:50, wasn't returned until 3:10. Hey, Beatrice? No, Beatrice, Frigga, and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m. That must be it. They were in the garden until 2. So this is impossible.
Objection!
Are you kidding me?
What do you want from me, game? Yeah, that wasn't it. Well maybe, okay, it doesn't have anything saying about, yeah, maybe a different statement. Okay, but was the right evidence? Thank goodness. Okay, okay, here. Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 140. Because I was looking at 1, so it should be 2. Oops. There we go.
Objection!
Finally! Oh, goodness. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied all about my fight with Arya, or against Arya. I never even fought her. If that were true, how could I explain this discrepancy? I couldn't trust my own memories, but Leife, Miriam, and Lazarick shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you just say? Our meeting with Pierce. It was scheduled for 1:45 p.m. What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? No, it was scheduled for 2. Celeste, your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match what we've learned thus far. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Leife, Miriam, and Lazarick didn't lose track of them until 2 o'clock p.m. What? When did they say that? You were there when... you were there with me when we spoke to them. I know. I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding out the truth. So why can't I remember? She couldn't remember? Which physical piece of evidence contradicts Celeste's memories? Physical piece of evidence? The horse with a hat. Or the unicorn with a hat. Let's see, what physical piece of evidence do we want? Debris near the balcony? My attorney's runestone. Is it? Could it actually be? No. I was wondering if he recorded something. No, Celeste said something earlier. He said that we arrived at the meeting much earlier than I remember. And that contradicted a physical piece of evidence that I what? Physical evidence. Oh, you mean the letter? Oh, he meant the... Okay. Celeste, this letter from Garrett Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 o'clock p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a piece of physical evidence is a completely different thing entirely. We don't know the full extent of her capability. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At that point, anything was possible, and we knew too little about Eris's abilities to say for sure. But if Lucio was right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes. She could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. If she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence I'd found or deduced had been logically consistent. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. Explain Celeste's contradicting memories. But there was a far simpler explanation.
What if...
Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste McCoy. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say that she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible, but why would she even bother doing that? She wouldn't need to do that unless she still had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait. If that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. Alright, so how are we going to get those?
But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind.
That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. Celeste? Oh.
It's really obnoxious how persistent you are.
What?
Why can't you all just give up already?
That's you, isn't it, Eris?
Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here.
Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body.
Too late, Lucio. I win.
What? Celeste? Damn it all. Eris, what did you do to her?
I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice.
You... Why would you do such a thing, demon?
What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in eternal sleep?
You could have just done that from the beginning, though. We can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. Ever since I discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around in my mind. Was it even possible? No, that didn't even matter. Eris Ilmater.
What is it?
What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract?
Assuming there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means.
Lucio? What is it? Your men should know where Ruby Timora's law office is. They do. You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf.
Wait.
Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to her in person.
You're not serious, are you? I am among the eldest evils who've ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract.
Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct?
By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute your blood contract with Celeste McCoy.
I'll state it plainly then. There will be no room for doubt.
Celeste McCoy contract was written without flaw. I don't care.
What?
Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her?
The red truth, yeah, I was just gonna say something about that.
He said it in red!
You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing!
That face, though.
Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her.
Stop this!
She wouldn't be so nervous if there wasn't something to exploit.
Oh, once you pass this point, you might be able to save your game for a while. Well, I guess I know what I should do. Fort of Azaroth. Recommend you make a save file now. You don't say. Oh, here it is. There we go.
I've killed people. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. I've never felt the uneasiness they all mentioned. Not even once. Maybe I'm some kind of unfeeling monster. You can solve a murder easily. You're kind of hopeless when it comes to people's hearts, even with the Eye of Horus. You never treated me differently. At first I thought it was because you didn't see the real me. But then I realized that you were the one who saw me the most. You made me feel like I was the best version of myself. Solving murders with you, walking around Rathum together, even just talking to you. I feel at home when I'm with you. It was always my job to protect you, but you were the... But you were the one that always made me feel safe. You brought light into my world. You've done the same for so many others. You could have done great things. You could have spent your entire life shining brighter. I really don't understand. Why would you throw it all away?
Good to see you too.
Ow! What was that for?
You know what it's for, you jerk. You know what I had to go through just to get you back?
What else was I supposed to do? Could I have just let you die?
Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling with your life.
I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me?
Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating.
Could have gotten away with it.
You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? She scowled at me. She couldn't find a response. Then the anger slowly drained from her face.
Tyrion, I killed Pierce.
I know.
He was going to be executed in 1 month anyway. And what was his life when compared with yours? But when I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I felt something welling up inside me.
What?
I wanted him to experience a fraction of the fear and pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So
Celeste.
You must hate me, don't you? Why couldn't you just let me die?
I've been thinking a lot about these cases over the last few months. I thought Pierce was pure evil. Von Sanctus, too. But I've started to realize that the world can be really cruel sometimes. They may have chosen to be awful people, but it's not as if the system gave them any reason to stop. Theodore Redmond thought he was killing someone evil. Beatrice had everything taken from her, so she tried to take it back no matter the cost. Even Ruby. She only worked with criminals because of what the nobility was capable of. I haven't stopped thinking about what Von Sanctus almost did to my hometown. If his plan had succeeded and I knew about it, even I might have... Celeste, you were manipulated and tempted by demons just like they were.
You don't hate me then?
You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you.
Tyrion,
I won't abandon you. No matter where you go, we're going there together.
Tyrion, we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris, I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father.
Oh? Oh snap. So there's somebody above her even? Where are we?
The courtroom of the gods. The place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back.
I knew it.
What?
I didn't come here without a plan. I noticed something. That sadistically playful demeanor has been cracking since we brought Celeste onto the stand. You're nervous, aren't you? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here. And I'm going to find out what.
Your persistence was endearing at first. But now it's just irritating. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh boy.
You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled.
Its conditions weren't fulfilled. I think I already know the cinch. Tyrion never actually died. Well, then again, hold on. I gotta double check this. Make sure it's a contradiction. Yeah, that's why I'm double checking. The apparent death, the Empress of Discord shall revive. It's part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall indeed. Well, then again. Okay, so the apparent death Tyrion was apparently dead. But did the Empress of Discord revive him? Because I'm pretty sure it was feigned death. However, later on... when he tried to invoke Aster and Eris, their contract... Well, see if there was a contract between them. I'm not sure, but I mean, she did say something about reviving him, but that could have just been misleading as well. It could have been Asclepius. Because I really have to wonder if... Can she actually revive somebody? Especially Heavensborn. In which case her entire contract would fall apart. I'm thinking that maybe she was just planning on them not noticing that he never died. Or that... Well... Again, he could have died, but Asclepius could have brought him back. But I'm thinking... It wasn't the Empress that did it. I don't know. There's also, it could be something about Celeste not being the one to secure Arya's compliance, cooperation. I mean, I really don't think Celeste is the patron. Because Arya was already acting strange. She did kill Garrett Pierce, or at least probably. Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. It was restored. But that was going to happen anyway with feigned death. Where was it? There it is. Right, that one. It's a concentration spell. Yeah, it's only while concentrating. So, a few possible loopholes. The question is, am I right? Or could it be something else? Not seeing yet. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without fault. I can have a few meanings. That might be true.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
The word of Asmodeus? Okay, he's asking about that. Asmodeus?
By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies.
Ah, okay. Reviving restores someone with something to life, consciousness, health, vigor, or popularity. I mean, true. I guess you could always think of revive as that. Revive him. So even if he didn't die, he could just be woken up. And that would maybe count as reviving. I mean, well, it would probably fall within the wordplay. Okay, so maybe it's the thing about her not actually being the patron. Because even if he was healed by somebody else, it doesn't mean he'd wake up naturally right away. Okay.
This is my domain, Heavensborn.
Contract may be without flaw, but that doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. Doesn't matter if your contract is perfect. I'm not leaving here until you relinquish Celeste's soul. That's not gonna work. Disputing a blood contract was truly impossible. There would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. I feel like that's more of what Tyrion would go with. Doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. Well, and I feel like when they say negotiate here, it means like, hey, can we lighten the sentence type of thing? Like, not actually. But anyway, I don't think that's it. I think it's rationalize. Demons are powerful, but they're not omniscient. Aha! If disputing a blood contract were truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. Get wrecked? You're hiding something. Something that you desperately need to keep hidden.
Oh, really now?
You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest.
Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Lefe Frega, yes? How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable?
It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound.
Oh, really? It looks like you've made a contradiction.
What? Miriam, Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius encountered an illusion.
And that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Well, they may have encountered an illusion, but that doesn't mean they didn't encounter you.
What?
An illusion? What kind of illusion?
Who knows? My statement still stands.
I bet it's the party hat. Freak. No! No, really, it is. Oh my goodness, I think it is. Celeste was trying so hard to get him not to look at the party hat. Or, well, not the party hat necessarily, but the Pegasus. She kept trying to get him away from that. It must have been that. Like, at first I said that as a joke, but then I was like, oh snap, that might be it. You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence.
I can't speak lies, Tyrion. The immutable fact is all the evidence I need. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Lefe's testimony is unreliable.
She could just say whatever she wanted without having to provide any context. But she only said that Lefe was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? There's something else that proved Leifheit didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? Oh boy. Remus wasn't called away until 150. Or Virgily. I don't know if that would be... But no, I'm trying to substantiate that she was there. Something that proves that she was there. At 2 p.m., Aster was trapped in a horse cage. Leifheit's testimony is what we're just talking about. Oh, that's it! The glyph contingency. They were about to search for her at 2:05 for the glyph contingency. Well, wait. No, that doesn't prove they were there. It only proves that it was like 2 o'clock, or 2 o'clock. I need something that proves she was there. What do I have that would prove that she's there? Don't remember? Struggled a lot on this one. Oh boy. The letter says 2 p.m., but that doesn't prove she was there. I sort of want it to be the Returnee's runestone, but I doubt that's it. What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Something that proves that Beatrice was there until 2 p.m. Not necessarily Eris, just Beatrice. Beatrice did not disappear until 2 p.m. Might have been the glyph contingency stuff. Yeah, that's all I can think of so far. But I don't know why that would prove that Beatrice wasn't, or was still there. So here it is. Glyph contingency, trapped inside a force cage. Attempted to break through by casting Fireball. Invocation. Traces of illusion magic at the crime scene. Still, I don't know how that proves that she was still there. I feel like it sort of might connect somehow because we have this evidence of no blood contract. I feel like that's not going to be useless. Leife's testimony? Not before until 2 p.m. I mean, this is what we're going off to begin with, but she's saying that Leife's testimony can't be trusted. They were together until 2:05. They stop where the glyph contingency distrap. But, I mean, it might be this? Or yeah, this is the one that I wanted to go for, not the Trapped King. Because of it saying that they were warned about a glyph contingency trapping Aster in a force cage. But Eris is trying to say that they saw an illusion of Beatrice and, I guess, Eris. So, you know, I'm not going to put it past this being the answer, but if this is the answer, that's sort of stupid. It's asking me to find something else to prove that Beatrice was still there at 2 p.m. And if we're going on the thing that this is an illusion, then I need to find something that proves that they weren't an illusion. But that might just be the answer, because I can't really find anything better. YOLO. Leife's testimony did contradict what she said, but she already declared that it wasn't reliable. However, that testimony also mentions something else that happened. So, it's telling me that it is the glyph. I see. Was there something else that provided, or that proved Leife didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? Okay. I forgot the original question, and then when I looked at the question that was in front of me, it was different than the original question. So no, we were looking that Leife didn't start her search until 2 p.m., but I thought we were looking for something that proves that Beatrice was still there at 2 p.m. So that's... I'm calling the game out on that. That's misleading. Okay, regardless of when it happened, Leife and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leife and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened. The Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leifei was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time.
You're predicating that on the testimony of the king.
Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this.
True, and that is why I'll respond with this.
An activated force cage did not trap Aster de Weinregard during or after 1:50 p.m.
So says the words of Asmodeus.
Did not trap Aster? Activated force cage. An activated force cage. During or after 1:50. But how? That testimony came from multiple people. Are you saying that the trap was sprung earlier than that?
Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue.
The Emperors of Discord made contracts with multiple knights of the Kingsguard.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
What?
I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened.
How many people did you make contracts with?
Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months. But I've had my talons in Wyverngard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time.
But even the Kingsguard?
No one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your girlfriend should know that better than anyone.
Still, there has to be something. Still have more evidence.
Oh, really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts.
Even so, you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone there. Yep, I feel like it's thrown it in my face.
Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you kidding me?
But you only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened.
You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you.
That's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly verify a statement like that?
It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. That sounds more like your problem than mine. Nothing to say, Tyrion? Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence?
Oh, come on. You should not be struggling with this so much. You already have the evidence. As long as her statement stood, I had to doubt every piece of testimony I'd gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised, except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you.
I suppose you're right. So are you going to use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game. But I suppose I should be thankful to you for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion. Come on. There had to be something I could use. But all the testimonies I'd gathered could potentially be more lies created by her. Tyrion, I have to say something. My strength was fading. The divine light inside me was dimming. I could feel the weight of her presence dragging me to the ground. This has always been a contest of willpower, and it looks like you were found lacking. No.
Come on, Tyrion. I recalled what happened during Beatrice's trial. I wasn't sure if it was a dream or something else, but I'd heard my mother's voice. Mom, please, I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. I heard nothing back. I knew this was a long shot, but I was still holding out hope. However, Eris was a being who wrapped herself in layers upon layers of lies. She had the power to make me doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even the physical evidence I possessed could be a fabrication. How could I possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Tymora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly.
Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent.
How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want.
They can, and that's exactly how I'll beat them.
What?
Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic.
Logic?
Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those pieces to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie.
But how does that help us?
You point out the contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in that box is false, the entire thing falls apart.
But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box?
Well, you can force them to.
What?
You can present your own truths, and you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you decide the terms of battle. You control what goes into the box.
I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it.
Don't worry. You've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things. So don't give up.
Eris's last statement hinged on the time that Beatrice disappeared. She could only change Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier. Which could only mean one thing. Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m.
What was that?
I said...
Objection!
Oh snap, you got wings? Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. So says the word of Horus.
What?
I felt myself filled with the power of radiant power of Horus. It was the same sensation I'd felt in the Heraldson's gallery last month. I could feel the divine light of the upper planes spreading through me. It was the power of friendship.
Tyrion, you have wings.
Wait, really? I spun around slowly, only catching glimpses of the golden wings that had sprouted from my back. I didn't even notice it, but my feet weren't even touching the ground anymore.
Where did you learn how to do that?
I just chuckled.
What could be so goddamn funny?
You know, just like Mr. Dragon invoking the gods, I find this silly as well. Because I guess she's a type of god. Or, well, demons are like the other side of the gods. A demon invoking a god. You know, I've been wondering something. It's been bothering me for a while now. If demons like Maronath existed, then surely angels did as well. I couldn't be the only person left to stand in your way. There had to be someone out there who could stop you. An immortal angel, a holy warrior, something. I'm a defense attorney, for crying out loud. I'm not qualified to fight a demon.
That's right, you wretch. I have lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. I am a god.
Yeah, you are. And I don't see any angels or paladins rushing in to help us. So I guess I'll have to do. And this is my skill set. Man, king, or god, you're not leaving here with Celeste's soul. Feels the aura. What happened? Celeste?
I'm here. Since you so graciously bared your soul to me, perhaps I should respond in kind. I am the Lord of Shadows, sovereign of the Sixth Circle. I am the question that gnaws at every answer. I am the creeping blight, feeding off of the arrogant as they crumble from within. I am...
Funky.
Eris Ilmater, the Empress of Discord. So says the word of Asmodeus.
What?
What is that thing? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No. I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell.
So this is what you really look like. It suits you.
Why, thank you.
It doesn't matter what form you take. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back.
Kick her ass, Tyrion. Come then, let me carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malbolge.
Fate challenged. I need to be careful. I was bound by the same rules as her now. I couldn't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go to so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. But from the axiom I declared, I knew Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Arya to believe blood contract was a normal document. This was mentioned earlier, wasn't it? Like the same thing. Eris needed Arya, well, or the patron needed Arya to believe the blood contract was a normal document. But no, why would that affect Celeste? Eris needed Celeste to believe the blood contract was a normal document. Just like earlier how Arya needed to believe that it was a normal document. No. Needed to believe it occurred earlier. That makes more sense. Because the killing started soon after. Or well, around the same time. There needed to be time for that. No, Eris may have been unpredictable, but even she acted with purpose. There was a reason why she changed Celeste's memories. It was to obscure the timeline of the murder. But... I mean... Yeah, semantics. That's basically what I just said. Okay, Eris forced Celeste to believe? No, I mean, that's the same thing. Why did she change Celeste's memories? Because she changed her memories? No. Eris needed... Arya to believe? Tyrion to realize? That doesn't make sense. The events occurred earlier? That'd be the same thing, pretty much. There we go. Okay, whatever. Whatever, game. I guess it's fine. It didn't take away from my bar. If that took away from my bar, I'd be pissed. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet? That won't work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Is that like is that a fifth of the bar? Is that like a sixth? This is gonna be a tricky one. Nothing to say? You can't stay quiet forever.
I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened.
That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. I think I know what it is. Arceus's encounter. I think. Yeah. Because, like, he left... Okay, but... Let's see, Arya left at... When did she leave? There's some... Didn't she leave about 1:40? Yeah. Where does it say that? Oh, right, the marriage meeting. Duh. Okay. But then when did he go? I guess he went there around like 2 or something. Was there anything more about Eon? Root. I mean, either way, I'm pretty sure that's it. Because he only would have left around like 2 or so, or 2:30. Just nights. But anyway, he saw Arya dumping the body, and yeah, that would conflict. What do you mean? No, Eris wanted me to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her at 1:40 p.m. He needed me to believe that to keep her narrative logically consistent. But I now knew that Eris used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2:30 p.m. If the events happened much later, what followed shortly after that was strange. What? Huh? Followed after that was strange? What do you mean? Hey there, Z's here. Enjoying the VOD plays? Oh. Well, thank you for saying that. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Got me a bit stumped right now, though. I almost want to point out that, yeah, Celeste's blood contract. Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind, but by that time she already had compliance and cooperation, but as far as a bit confusing considering the attention to detail, yeah, the last part especially, I feel it's very nitpicky.
And just a little overall unclear. Like, loving the story, but the gameplay part is a bit... Or what it wants me to do is confusing. Do I bring that up now? An event occurred that required heirs to change. Am I looking for an event? But I already had the part where Theon runs into Arya, and that's not it. Arya's blood contract. Person who hands the contract. Timeline thing? Okay. Yeah, it must be something to do with... He wants Celeste to think that she's the patron, but she's not actually the patron because it happened before Celeste could give the contract to Arya. What are all my pieces of evidence? Here's... What's the actual question? Or more? Well, it just says an event occurred that required heirs to change Celeste's memories, and I don't remember the stuff that came before. I also forgot. That's another thing. I wish I could go back and see the text log at this place, because I feel like I could be looking for the wrong thing. Oh, could it be the murder's root? Because Celeste would have... Like, yeah, if she signed the contract and then... killed Pierce, by that point Arya had already killed the other two. He was the last one to die. Screw it. No. Okay, I gotta pay attention to what it says here. Harrison wanted me to believe that Celeste signed contract at 1:40 p.m. Oh wait, now I can check the text log. Okay. Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. Didn't disappear until 2. Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories. Purpose. Eris may have been unpredictable. She acted with purpose. There's a reason why she changed Celeste's memories. It was to obscure the timeline of the murder.
Needed Celeste. I think the events happened earlier. She needed me to believe that to keep her narrative logically consistent. I now knew the heiress used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2:30 p.m. The events happened much later. Followed shortly after that was strange. No later than 2:30. If the events happened much later... What do you mean what followed shortly after that was strange? What do you mean? I feel like it should be Arceus' encounter, but I already tried that and it's not. So Arya exiting the common room. No memories of what happened after she left her meeting with Theon Arceus and asked her to do Warrior Guard. She left the meeting, headed to the nave, with her father, felt nauseous, went to the westward balcony, lost consciousness. Yeah, just go ahead and tell me at this point. Like... It's being so specific here, and it's like, what do you mean? Or, well, it's being specifically vague. It's like, oh, something happened, but nope, it's not the thing that happened. Tyrion's memory is one of the first evidence. Beatrice's actions? I saw Beatrice Frege as I was losing consciousness. Only saw her for a brief moment. You think it's that one? YOLO. Nope. That's an autopsy. Okay. Thank you. So is it Pierce's autopsy? Because it's saying he died at like, what, 2:40 something? Yeah, no later than 2:30 p.m. Okay, but this is so misleading. If it's Pierce's autopsy... Like, but why would she want the first murder in the timeline? Oh, okay. Lloyd Von Sanctus. Okay, thank you. So she wanted her Okay. Yeah, because the murders happened, like, right after 2. Or they started right after 2. So that means she would have to have signed the contract before that point. Yeah, Arya's being controlled by then. Okay. But it's like, man, there's a few different evidences that could be used here, and no, you want this one specific one, and if I fail, then you take away from my bar. Thanks. Getting a little upset at the game here. Thank you for the help, both of you.
Objection!
It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus's death occurred at 2:05 p.m. This is one of the actual evidence, not eyewitness-based. Okay, I see. Yeah. As if she could change anybody's memories. Okay. That's still pretty nasty of them, but I can see the logic there. Which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract. All in the span of 5 minutes. Lamau. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. Timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Foolishness.
Your desperation is almost pitiful. I'll respond so that there's no room for doubt.
Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steele that blood contract.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
Huh.
I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust.
It really is truth and not just breadfruit BS. Yeah, that's... How would she even give her the blood contract? She always spoke in technicalities. I couldn't take that claim at face value. But this could also be a trick. I could declare outright that Celeste wasn't the patron. If I was wrong about that, I'd most definitely die. First, I would need to assume that Celeste wasn't the patron. What would logically follow from that? Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? If Celeste wasn't the patron, that contract would have already been signed. Bathur's incompetent, so says the word of Beatrice. Yeah. It would have been something Celeste handed to Arya. Celeste may not have been the original person to hand Arya that blood contract. He could have handed it back to her later. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, looking over the evidence. Did she hand it back when they were looking over the evidence or something? Well, but Tyrion had to manifest it. And I don't think I don't think she would have come into contact with them. Would she? Did she? Huh. Yeah, I'd already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. I recalled something happening before we entered the prayer room. What was it? Oh! Yeah, Arya dropped... What? The contract evidence? Was it she dropped evidence? Yeah, I think it was something... No, wait. Contract? Or... Oh, it's hard to think back to that point. Dropped evidence in front of Celeste? It wasn't the contract, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, the evidence could have been the contract or whatever. Let's try that. No, I recalled something happening in front of the prayer room. It was brief, but there was a short exchange between Celeste and Arya. Or, wait, did I ever see what that was? Maybe it was the contract. But so she had already been controlled by that point. Or wait. Well, yeah, that would have been like sometime between 140 and 2. So she would have that. Or they got there at like 145? Is it? Oh, yeah, she was already standing there, listening to their conversation. Okay. Yeah, she dropped the contract. As she skittered away, I saw something fall out of her pocket. It was her runestone. Oh wait, her runestone? It was red trophy, yes. Who'd have guessed? Yeah. Oh, Arya, you dropped something. As Celeste went to pick it up, she accidentally activated it. An image of some evidence appeared for a brief moment, but Arya quickly snatched it from Celeste's hands. Wait, is that why everyone's gathered here today? Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Yeah, okay. Must have looked like a marriage document. It's not a piece of evidence. No, Tyrion just assumes it's evidence because it's on a runestone. People use runestones for other things, Tyrion. Would Arya really have taken a picture of that contract? If it were disguised as a legal document, taking a picture of it would have been illegal. But if it's a picture of the contract, if a picture of the contract had been in Arya's runestone, he technically handed it to her. But that didn't necessarily mean she wasn't the patron either. Is something wrong? You look conflicted. Attorney's runestone can do many things. Well, yeah, his is an attorney's runestone, but people just have runestones. That's... I like that they brought that back, sort of. Because before, when he shows his runestone, it's like... Tyrion, people use things for... use runestones for things other than attorney business. And it's like, oh look, that's actually useful right now. Sort of. They do a little silly and then make it relevant. I appreciate that. No, from the very beginning, she'd been trying to get in my head. She thrived on doubt and mistrust, but I'd always known from the very beginning Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Arya's blood contract. Yeah, it's only one page. There's a large empty space at the top half. Only a few sentences at the bottom. Yada yada. Celeste McCoy saw Arya drop this contract before she entered the prayer room with Tyrion. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memories, she can't remember what was written on this contract.
Even now, you trust her that much? Wait, but that means...
You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. He only manipulated your memories after the fact. He wanted to make you think that you did.
So, it's not my fault?
It isn't. Frank bed. Oh. Okay, looks like we just had a momentary drop there. It isn't. But that had a far more unsettling implication. Someone else was the patron. But who was it? One move at a time, Tyrion. The endgame would reveal itself in time. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed?
Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then.
But that means none of this is her fault.
Think again, Heavensborn. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Frege were directly responsible for the death of Garrett Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Right. There's still the death of Pierce.
It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. Here, all that matters is the validity of my contract.
You act like you're in control of this situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. Which the truths in the background over in the text log? Yeah. Yeah, like the text log doesn't appear when you're in certain situations and it doesn't record everything. So yeah, I wish it was a bit more comprehensive. You're hiding something, aren't you?
Who can say for sure?
The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait. Is it possible that I didn't die?
Huh. Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste.
I'll probably go on for 2 or 3 more hours. Well, then I'll at least get through this. Maybe. Depending how long this is. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication.
You wish to cling to that hope? Then let me state it plainly for you.
Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead.
I did not alter that memory.
But does that mean that he actually died, or just in her observation he was dead? Oh, she didn't say about the words of Asmodeus here? Oh, well, here it is.
Who says the word of Asmodeus? I'm sorry, Tyrion.
How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead?
Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died?
Well, she says that she... Wait. Yeah, he said resurrect people from the dead. Okay. So she can resurrect people from the dead? Knowing her, she could be baiting me into telling a lie. But it was equally likely that she was bluffing.
If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Beings of your power, but that doesn't necessarily mean you. Tyrion did get exploded during the investigation section. Well, we don't know that he actually... Well, I mean... Asclepius did say that he seemed to die, or he was dead. But Asclepius also cast a spell. It's possible that Asclepius brought him back. You died. Dark Souls text. You died. Gonna do the edict and got revived. Yeah. Well, like I said, the question is, did Eris do that? Or did Asclepius? Because, I mean, unless this is a trap, it is very suspicious that she says beings of my power instead of I am able to resurrect people from the dead. But yeah, so he did die at some point. Very, very likely. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? Well, it could also be that. If you're saying that, it must be true. You're clearly not acting in good faith. How can I trust what you're saying? I mean, if we doubt that, then we're doubting the word of Asmodeus. And I don't think we just go along with this. So, yeah, why would you need to specify?
Objection!
Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? I love Red Truth BS so much. It is pretty fun to play around with. Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Maronath be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus. Oh, so he's not denying that she can't resurrect people. And it's not that she can't. But it's not easy. That's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it. but it would require a large amount of effort on your part.
Perhaps, but recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there.
Okay. Yeah, Nality said that she can't... Oh, I'm dropping frames. Okay, but it looks like it stopped. Nope. Okay, we're having a bit of frame issues. Okay, yeah, it's still dropping. Okay, well, while it's having some frame issues, I am going to use this chance to go use the bathroom again. So I'll be right back in just a bit. Alright, I have returned. Alright, where were we? Debating Tyrion's death and resurrection and whatnot. So yeah. The first death, well, death in quotation points, quotation marks, should be feigned death, so not an actual death, and therefore not a resurrection. Well, but that, again, that is if we're counting revive as resurrection. And then... yeah, if resurrection is not an easy thing even for Eris, then she's probably not the one that revived him later on in the investigation, that was probably Asclepius. Well, and maybe he didn't actually die at that... Or wait, no. That was the one that we're pretty sure that he did die. Yeah. So yeah, maybe it was Asclepius. And maybe in part due to his heaven-born blood or something. I don't know. At least that's all I got for now.
Perhaps, but recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead.
How thoroughly did you check me?
I have experience in first aid. It wasn't good. You weren't breathing and your heart was stopped. He tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail.
Right. There was no way my body could survive that long naturally without oxygen and blood flow. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate me. But there had to be more to this than I was seeing. What could have created this scenario? Feigned death.
Objection!
You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control.
Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead?
No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Freya cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus.
What?
Sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you.
No. Everything I did... It was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. Contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up.
Okay, so yeah, we are using semantics there. That eliminated the first paragraph as a possible weak point. And that only left the death of Garrett Pierce in Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding?
Whatever could you be talking about?
Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All of this could be another elaborate trick. I needed to be careful. I needed to find out exactly what went wrong. The only person who knew what truly happened in that room was Eris. But that could still be used to my advantage. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrett Pierce?
Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father. And he was originally slated to be executed next month. He didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours.
Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that would have been an easy choice for me. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes.
How tedious do you plan to make this? Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Frege killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already. You had control of her at the time. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency.
You honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions until Pierce died. So says the word of Asmodeus.
What if someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room.
Try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, Celeste, Tyrion, Beatrice, Arya, and I were the only creatures in the room with Garrick Pierce when he died. So says the word of Asmodeus. Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death, but the truth of the matter is, Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus.
All right, but hear me out. What if he killed himself?
Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you?
Can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that.
What?
You've never thrown consecutive decorations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you.
What?
You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. Red truth backfire, aw yeah. You triggered my trap card. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened.
Wait!
Who killed Garrick Pierce? Is he... Hmm? Oh wait, there he is. I'm blind. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
No, stop this!
I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life.
What?
You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear.
Stop this! Stop this right now!
Objection!
Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. Get wrecked! And that's checkmate, Eris.
You filthy little...
Nani? Contract nullified. You're back? Does this mean you... I successfully voided Celeste's blood contract. I looked inside my satchel, opening the folder where I'd been keeping Celeste's blood contract. There was only ash inside it now. You're still alive. How? You! Her face was tightened in pure contempt and rage. But she wasn't looking at me this time. Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't. This can't be. It appears that he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm. But there's still something you can do to save him. What? What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? The same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. It doesn't matter. Can't do it. It's just... This man killed your father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is wonderful and beautiful. I could never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him for that? I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Agakwa. Huh? Agakwa. Wait! Get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one here is you, bastard. You should have known this from the beginning. No matter what you chose, they were never going to let me live. They? Every choice I make is mine alone. Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell. Damn it. Menace. Are you trying to heal him? Damn it. He aimed straight for his heart. No.
Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up! I need you alive! What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead, and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No. No, 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 no!
Pierce. So, is Celeste, well, and really Celeste signing the contract after it was impossible to fulfill means that, yeah, contract nullified. And I'm guessing Eris is going to take some kind of backlash from this. But yeah, Pierce and his, I don't know, Pierce and his madness and Celeste's rash actions are what's gonna do her in. Lamau.
Pierce was dead anyway. I thought I could catch her on a technicality, but I never realized what I actually did. You signed a faulty blood contract. One drafted by me. Where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you're human, and you're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores. You would all tear out each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the Celestials' self-righteous morality.
If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris.
Is that so?
Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? Oh, snap.
What? So, you figured that out, did you?
When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions.
And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life, is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it!
I think all I feel for you right now is pity.
Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal moment in my eternal existence.
And yet you put all this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul.
I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't.
Oh, is that right?
But what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course, Demons can't tell lies, Eris. Okay, so in the end, she is not exempt from that rule at all. You can't lie to us. You can't lie to yourself.
No, that can't.
And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be like this from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us.
What did you just say?
You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. You'll also be eternally unhappy and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us, because you'll never be free from that fate.
That is completely...
You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie.
You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still going to try.
I need an adult. Lamau. Rathalion just said, nope. Flame breath. To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch. Judgment pass. Lamau. This isn't the end for a creature like her. She'll be back one day. Yet you look no more perturbed. We're not done here. There's something I need to tell all of you. Are you serious? The patron is still unknown to us. But with Celeste's contract voided, she should have her real memories back. Do you remember what happened in the prayer room? You were the only person who witnessed one of the deaths.
I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. But I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most.
It's possible she will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That demon led us around in circles for the entire morning. Not to mention that we've lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon.
Right.
We have less than 3 hours before every magical trace at the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Just try to tell us what you remember, Celeste. Any detail might help, whether it's true or false.
Okay. I think I remember now.
Congrats, you beat and fire-breathed the demon. But wait, there's more, yeah. This doesn't feel like a great place to stop, so this might just end up being a long stream.
I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m. And we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m.
Also can't save here. Oh. Can't? I mean, it seems to let me. But anyway. Might as well try. Yeah, it lets me save. But, like I said, it doesn't feel like a good stopping point, so...
Yeah, I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m. And we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m.
Just inside the court of Azathoth, yeah.
I saw Arya attacking the guards there. And I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me.
Wait, what? Yeah. Okay, so she did end up fighting Arya.
When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but Beatrice just cast feigned death on him. Anyway, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest.
So, okay, so she did fight Arya for 15 minutes, and Arya broke past her. And she did not actually end up fighting Beatrice and Eris. Okay.
A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya.
Only the times of each event have changed. Her testimony remains the same. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead, then.
Okay. Went to meet with Pierce at 1:50. Heard the commotion outside at 2:20.
Right. We now know for certain that the meeting was at 2 p.m.
Yeah. She only changed my memories so she could trick all of us.
Considering that my memories were intact, she must have not had the power to change them. Yes. She never actually used her demonic powers to revive you. She merely had Beatrice release the feigned death spell that she originally cast.
Anyway, who did you see attacking the guards? Was it Arya or Beatrice? Arya attacking the guards there, fought for about 15 minutes.
Originally, you said that you fought her for a lot longer.
I had to account for the time that I spent speaking to Eris.
I had a feeling something was off about that.
I knew Tyrion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder, so I had to make my testimony match up with the time of Pierce's death. I'm really sorry.
Let's just focus on the matter at hand.
Okay, I followed her into the prayer room, found her with Beatrice and Eris, knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious.
So we weren't wrong about Beatrice sneaking past you during your fight.
Yeah. Now that I look back on it, it was probably a distraction so Beatrice could sneak past me.
What is it, Cuthbert?
If the patron was working together with Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? I never thought of that.
Frankly, I find it hard to believe that the patron willingly went along with the Empress's convoluted plan. They clearly needed Pierce to die, and relying on McCoy to do it seems foolhardy.
Right. Was it possible that Eris went off script then? He definitely didn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. And Beatrice cast Feign Death.
I can't believe you fell for such an obvious deception.
I thought Tyrion was dead. I wasn't thinking clearly.
Perhaps it's best to stick with the facts for now.
Yes, offered her deal, couldn't go through with killing Pierce. You know the rest.
To think one blood contract would have such an effect on the investigation.
I should have known she was up to something, but I just wasn't thinking.
You were put in a difficult situation. Take solace in the fact that you stuck to your ideals despite that.
Okay. After the Inquisition, the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya.
This must have been after they went to investigate the fire in the common room.
I'm surprised Aster went to the prayer room as well. I'd have thought the Kingsguard would have kept him in a secure location.
Those were my orders, but His Majesty demanded that they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there.
That had nothing to do with the other murders? Yeah, I guess.
Ever the altruist, that one.
Her testimony didn't appear to add any new information. But between the multiple murders and Eris changing people's memories, there might have been something I'd missed. Could it be something with after the Inquisition and the Kingsguard showed up? What could I point out? But he would have been freed at 3 p.m., right? I don't want to think it, but I'm starting to think that maybe Aster is the patron. No. Well, that shouldn't be it. Or could it? I mean, the priest is still suspect.
Or the High Speaker. But Aster does not have a blood contract. So if someone was working against Eris, it would sort of make sense that it would be somebody that didn't have a contract. And plus, if it was the High Speaker, why would Von Sanctus and Sybil need to die? Aster actually has a motive there, because he doesn't like the corruption that the country's going through either. What if he got fed up with everything? Had Arya killed him? Man, I hope it's not him for Arya's sake. But... oh. Okay, but what do I need to refute? Or what evidence do I need to present? What could break this deadlock? Now, the horse cage makes him even more suspicious. He panicked and cast a firebolt? I mean, possible. But if he was the patron, he could plan that. Hold up, do I don't have Aster's spellbook, do I? I don't think I do. But I don't know what to use to get out of my current deadlock. Echo spells to see the specifics. I mean, I know I can check the compendiums to see who has what spell, but I don't think I have Aster's. What's the statement saying? Oh, I didn't mean to. Why do I keep hitting the left button? Spell tab? Oh yeah, I mean, I know I can check the spells, but I don't know what I could, or what would help me here. Contingency. They have to know force gauge. Oh yeah, what is the statement saying? Well, I'm not sure which statement I should be going after though. Let's see. Meet with Pierce at 1:50. Heard the commotion outside at 2:20. Saw Arya attacking the guards. Fought her for about 15 minutes. Broke past. Followed her into the prayer room, found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious, pointing to the patron and Arya not working with Beatrice and Eris. Checked Tyrion's body, thought he was dead. Beatrice cast feigned death. Eris offered her deal, couldn't go through with killing Pierce. After Pierce died, Aster the Inquisition and the Kingsguard showed up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong here. Everything seems legit. Is it the time? Like, it shouldn't be the time. Huge statement. Honestly, yeah, I can't think of anything, so if you can at least point me in the right direction, that'd probably be quite helpful. It is statement 6? Okay, thank you. So a few minutes after Pierce died, wait, a few minutes after Pierce died. Huh? Pierce died at 2:45. Everyone's telling the truth, statement 6 can't happen. But, so Aster shouldn't have been there until at least 3, which is more than a few minutes afterwards. Huh? So, is it here at 2 p.m.? He was trapped?
Objection!
It is. Hallelujah. But also, uh-oh. Because this points to Aster. Uh-oh. Thank you for the help, by the way. Wait, what? Bro's confused by his own objection. What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them. Oh? Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? It's just that... May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Out with it. Stop wasting our time. Celeste, Garrett Pierce died at 2:45 p.m., and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes afterward. Yeah? Where are you... Wait. That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m. when he should have been trapped in a force cage until 3 p.m.? Wait, you're not serious, are you? McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally, that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony. But we can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. How could I have let this happen? That's still ridiculous. Are you saying that everyone who remembered seeing His Majesty in that force cage had their memories manipulated? No. I think there's a simpler explanation. And what would that be? His Majesty must be a powerful mage. Wouldn't he know how to cast Major Illusion? If he'd placed an illusion inside the force cage, he could take advantage of the chaos and contracted Kingsguard to slip away. Even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but do you understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind. So much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster de Wyverngard, the reigning king of our kingdom. Enough. Quiet, all of you. Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? You're claiming that the king collaborated with a demon. I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goal seemed to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well, then. I suppose it's only right, then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should be allowed to explain himself. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster.
Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert.
I'm hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to.
Evidence? Are you referring to Celeste's testimony? I'm sorry to say this, but can we even trust her testimony?
She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract.
Which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place.
What are you getting at?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you?
Aster's getting increasingly more sus.
What? You disappeared for quite some time, to who knows where. And the only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Wasn't it a little convenient that she was... Oh, she was burnt to cinders almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron? The one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil? If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. He's an agent of the theocracy. It's plain as day.
I could feel the room turning against us.
Sorry. I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory.
And what's that?
Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. We already tried that before and it didn't work.
Which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her.
Why aren't you doing it?
I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared.
I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Lady Steelwind is to be saved, we all must accept what needs to be done.
You asshole.
I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace?
Berthalion? if you fall for this bullshit, I'm going to be deeply disappointed. Yeah, this prince, he seems like a good guy, but no, he's rotten to the core. Was he really just defending himself, or was this something else? Either way, there was clearly a reason why he hadn't been in that force cage for as long as he claimed to. Eris went to so much trouble to hide the fact that in Celeste's memories, to hide that in Celeste's memories. Aster had to have been part of the plan, intentionally or unintentionally. What part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to have been some sort of physical involvement on his part. And that might have left behind evidence that could prove what he did. Part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement. Aster... Oh no, Arya was tricked into signing the blood contract. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. But you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do. No. Arya may be extremely lovesick around him. She's still an attorney. She would be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember something. When you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. I'm really trying to, but I just can't remember what I saw.
Man, I feel so bad for Arya now, though. Because it's gotta be the prince. Man.
If I was teasing her about it, it might have been related to her relationship with Aster.
What did Arya think she was signing?
I'm sorry, I know that doesn't really narrow it down.
No. That's exactly the clue that I needed.
Really?
Arya signed a marriage license? Right. Okay, marriage license? Yep. Aster, there's one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this.
Really?
The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. But I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying... No. In other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation.
So he dares to call the King to testify, and now he's trying to indict the High Speaker? When will this madness end?
I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it.
But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material that it was written on.
Oh. I feel like that's sort of giving him away.
The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy.
Well, I don't know. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster.
What?
Don't you wonder how I knew about that blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. It's fitted with artificery. We can use them to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed?
What?
She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license. It's the attorney's runestone that proves she's a certified attorney. Even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, he thought she was a danger to others. He had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker?
I was never one for stories. I found them to be overly tempting distractions from the cruel reality of the world. When I was a child, I loved fairy tales and children's stories. Back then, I was once naive enough to believe that the king was the most powerful person in Wyverngard. I saw the suffering of the people. I saw the commoners who suffered under the nobility day after day. And I saw my father, sitting on the throne, watching it all happen. I hated him. I hated his apathy. I hated his indifference to the people's suffering. He did nothing as the Four Pillars bled this country dry to feed their own vices. Nevertheless, I was his firstborn son, and I was next in line to the throne. One day I would be able to do what he could not. So I prepared. I studied the arcane arts, which had become the cornerstone of our culture. I mastered the pastimes of the aristocrats. Also, I could earn their admiration and respect. However, there was a demon inside my head. She whispered unnerving temptations. She told me that villains must fall for the innocent to thrive, but I would not hear it. As young as I was still a member of the royal family, and soon I would be the most powerful person in Wyverngard. I used my position to connect with the commoners who were suffering. I promised them I would save them from the tyranny of the nobles who would one day answer to me. But it was all a lie. I simply didn't realize it at the time. The more I challenged the Four Pillars, the more the people suffered. My efforts were met with retaliation. The aristocrats thought I was spoiled, and they took the rod to the people. House Frege and House von Sanctus were drunk on power. They would slaughter as many people as it took to persuade me to fall in line. House Steelwind, House Sybil, even the Scaled Lord himself. They all cowered in fear of change and anarchy. They did nothing. My only ally, who I thought unbreakable, had been crippled and driven away by this kingdom's cruelty. I realized why my father sat on the throne with such numbness in his eyes. It's not that he wouldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything. He was forced to watch in horror as the aristocracy held his people ransom. He carried that despair inside him like it was poison. It ate away at him worse than any disease. Heavy was the crown, and hell was brought on whoever sat upon the throne. I'd fallen into despair, and I had no one to give me hope. That's when that demon's voice returned. You tried mercy. You tried diplomacy. Where has that brought you? They prey on the innocent because they thought you wouldn't strike back. They butcher them every day, hoping that you'd become numb to it like your father. Tell me, young prince, how many corpses must be stacked before you accept what needs to be done? Eris, how could I make such a choice? You wouldn't be choosing violence. You'd simply be choosing who that violence would be directed at. It's not as if they don't deserve it. You could continue to watch the people you love suffer. You could pat yourself on the back for being more virtuous than your enemies, while the innocent burn. What will you do? What I must. In truth, it was quite easy. I always hated how little everyone thought of me, but it turned out to be quite the blessing. I was worried that Lucio would see through that illusion trapped within the force cage, but he never even gave it a passing thought. Hunting Von Sanctus and Sybil was no different than shooting wild boars in the forest. Lady Steelwind moved exactly as I needed her to. It was as if I were moving and flexing my own arm. I doubt anyone genuinely missed those two. Even if they did, they were outnumbered by the lives I had saved with their deaths. So why raise such outrage over that filth? Why, Mr. Cuthbert? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. Aster, no. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove? No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. I imagine you're very familiar with that feeling. Your Majesty, what are you? I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Mr. Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyway. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. You... Aster, you wretch! Are you saying it was you? It was, Lucio. What of it? I was simply cleaning up all of your messes. If it weren't for Eris's little games,
I would have done it much more cleanly. She promised me that she'd have a leash on McCoy by the end of this. What a mess she's made. How could you? And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great-scaled lord? Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. I am the King of Wyverngard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Do you seriously think everyone in this room will let you get away with this? I do. Who's going to stop me? The Scaled Lord. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who was going to. Wow. What? Why aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Battalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child wears the crown. Or would you take the throne for yourself? I've read the uncensored records of what happened the last time. But I'm sure centuries of isolation have done wonders for your ability to lead. Battalion. Master will not kill indiscriminately, Mr. Cuthbert. He just admitted to murdering 2 people. He's been prepared to lead from his birth. I willingly turned my head away from this kingdom. I know nothing of what Wyverngard needs. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyverngard? I have nothing but contempt for William Frege. But I suppose I must be thankful. He did a wonderful job of tearing you down. The people would never accept you. You're a man with the blood of thousands on your hands. Imagine if you deposed the new king of Wyverngard before the previous king's body was even interred. I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that could plunge this nation into. I'm sure you can now imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyverngard would look to the other nations. Aster, you're holding everyone hostage. Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? Is this not what you've all been doing to the rest of the country? And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
Even the dog's upset.
It is quite exhilarating to say. I can see why you're so fond of it.
Whole house mad, yeah.
What are you all doing? Lucio, she's your daughter. You have to do something.
My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyverngard for her freedom. You know that to be true.
Damn it. He killed so many people. He enslaved Arya. He almost did the same to me.
Wait. Why did he need you to sign away your soul? Oh, could it be?
What do you mean? Eris was the one who wanted it.
But this was his plan. That outcome had to have benefited them both.
If Aster is the patron, that also means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him.
Oh, yeah. Even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances.
But what if the king's a murderer?
If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne.
So why would he go to so much trouble to murder Pierce and gain control of you? Maybe he just wanted to be sure.
But he wouldn't have had Eris head to the prayer room personally if it wasn't important. She can't lie. If she promised to do a job, that job would have been done. He needed to silence both you and Pierce during the massacre. Which means you two were even more important targets than Von Sanctus and Sybil.
Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail?
Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? I recalled what I knew about Wyverngard's laws regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that?
Oh, is it something about pacts with demons? Or the Church of Bahamut? I don't think it'd be Theocracy of Lumina, would it? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's try Bahamut.
I recalled a conversation I had with Theon Arceus. The Church of Bahamut is important not only to Wyverngard's culture, but to its civil stability. Faith is a powerful and unifying force.
Is that why you revise Wyverngard's history and keep Heavensborn outside the country?
I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Dissidents like him will be the end of our culture.
Aster didn't murder the High Speaker when he had the chance, so it's possible that the Church of Bahamut played a role in his future plans. That wouldn't explain why he needed Pierce to die.
No, I'm just going to go over all these. Theocracy of Lumina.
I recall a conversation I had with Harold Haroldson. Harold, what do you know about the Celestial Gods? I haven't been able to find anything about them.
That makes sense. They're primarily worshipped by the people of the Theocracy of Lumina.
That might explain why worship of them was outlawed. Lumina was the kingdom west of us, but I knew very little about them.
All I knew is that we fought them during the First War of Wyverngard, and then later during the Great Luminite War.
They'd been Wyverngard's long-standing enemy for a while. Simply asking about them could raise accusations of treason.
There are 9 celestial gods. each representing a divine domain in heaven. Deus, Odin, Machina, Horus. I'm sorry, one of them is named Horus? If Aster's actions had anything to do with the theocracy, he would have targeted me, not Celeste. And that also wouldn't explain why he needed Pierce to die. Okay. The Scaled Lord. I recalled a conversation I had with Eris Ilmar.
Despite everything, the kingdom includes him in our constitution.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position in our kingdom. The Scaled Lord made Wyverngard what it is today. He was given authority that befits such a legacy.
How have I never heard of this before? I've memorized all of Wyverngard's laws.
Practically speaking, it's never been invoked. It's merely a law spun of reverent words to praise the Scaled Lord and appease the church.
Wait, the Scaled Lord and his kin could override the king's rule? Wait, what? And his kin. Okay. I mean, so either did the queen have an affair? Or did whoever the king had an affair with, were they part of the Scaled Lord's kin? So Celeste shares the Scaled Lord's bloodline and the king's bloodline? Wait. Who is Celeste's father? Oops. Scaled Lord and his kin had the authority to override the will of Wyverngard's king. And if Aster was worried about Celeste's parentage, that could only mean... I'm guessing it's Rathalion himself. Bruh. Yeah, obviously Flanar McCoy. A flood of memories came back to me. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyverngard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. The knight tried to grab her arm, and it was like something flipped inside of her. She slammed her palm into the knight's chest, his plate armor reverberating as he fell to the ground. The other three knights rushed forward. They tried to grab her and pin her to the ground. She let out a guttural scream against them, almost sounding like a feral animal. It looked like it was taking all of their strength to keep her pinned down.
You can't teach yourself magic, Miss McCoy. That's not possible. Hey, I've got a system, okay? I even learned a few new spells today. How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the magic given by the dragons or whatever?
Taught herself multiple spell formulas within a few hours? When a mage casts a spell, they draw and harness the aether from within their own body. Artificery, on the other hand, draws aether from the natural ley lines that run through the ground. I'm someone who's practiced arcane magic for my entire life. I've slowly learned how to sense aether, how aether moves around me. You can do that too? Thought I was the only one. Oh, that talent is quite a rarity, even among the royal family. I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from the Crimson Demon. Even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. What? What is it, Tyrion?
Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic. She inherited all of it from him.
Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden.
Once I revealed this, there was no going back for her. Did I really have any right to do this? No. Arya's freedom rode on this. I'm sorry, Celeste. This could ruin your life.
What? What are you talking about?
How could I even begin to explain this?
Do it.
You don't understand.
I owe you and Arya for what I did. Whatever we need to do is to save Arya. Just keep your promise, okay?
Like I said, we're in this together, and I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going there together.
Good.
Are you two done flirting with each other? No, not yet. Aster, I know the identity of Celeste's father.
What?
No, you're bluffing. You have to be. You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyverngard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there, Aster? What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord can override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. I suppose that's... He understands. Aster de Wyverngard, you needed Eris to capture Celeste during the massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule.
This can't be real.
People of the Wyverngard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Withalion, ancient dragon and creator of all arcane magic. I'm surprised we didn't get a shot of Withalion. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I?
I'm half dragon?
Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company. So that demon was speaking the truth. Aster de Wyverngard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, he will take your place as the ruler of Wyverngard. Celeste, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation? Much less one so broken. You'd just be trading one hell for another.
Just tell me one thing, Aster. How could you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you.
Loved me? She hated me, and why wouldn't she? Oh my goodness. He never understood. He's just that dense. He is really just that dense. Like, I thought he was just being a slimy asshole. But no. Yeah, Tyrion. There's someone even more dense than Tyrion. Good lord. She hated me, and why wouldn't she? I was weak back then. It was pathetic.
You idiot. She wanted to change Wyverngard together with you. You didn't need to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think you two are the first people to try to change this nation, while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. I watched for my whole life as he compromised on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the commoners. The kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it. You had the power to do just that. I am changing it. You worked so hard to find the truth behind those murders. Here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present here are glad that they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? I have to, why not? Every day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like Tyrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Emperors of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Damn. Arya wanted to stand with you. Arya is too stupid and too naive to do anything. Wow. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damned smile. She loved your kindness. This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Wyverngard will be better and stronger for it. Master. Coy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir. None of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Wyverngard, King of Wyverngard, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am
Nothing but a dead man. Volnus.
Oh, snap. Lucio's finally doing something. Lucio. What? No.
Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? I checked my satchel. Sure enough, Arya's blood contract had completely disintegrated into ash. Command from Steel and Strike. Yeah, you Volnus. Deadliest evocation spell ever, kindly. Bro did not hesitate. I wonder... I imagine he's ready to get possibly even executed for this. But once he knew that Celeste would be able to take over, yeah, he's ready to act. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? One of them no longer lives. Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was going to end. Lucio, I understand, but how could we possibly... Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. Man. We sat at the nearby ruins. It looked like several of the nobles here were doing the same. We didn't know what to say to each other. I could feel my stomach churning. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us. He took control of Arya like it was nothing to him. Oh. But also, I just realized, just because Rathalion's her father doesn't mean that, like, the queen was her mother, I guess. So the question is, who is... Well... I mean, he might be of the royal line? But she doesn't have to be as long as she's, one of Rathalion's kin, so... Who was her mother? Now I'm curious. Anyway. He tried to kill us. He took control of Arya like it was nothing to him. But I really wish we could have changed his mind. Sometimes people are beyond salvation. He made his choice. But Arya, how is she... Oh. No emotions shown? Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left. The Eye of Horus could only see an abyss where her heart was. Oof. Oh, Arya. I'm so... McCoy, I've come to inform you that I'll be charging you with perjury. Okay, whatever you... What? No one is above the law, not even the Queen. That was made apparent when... She didn't trail off. Her voice didn't break. Her voice simply stopped like a machine that had ceased function. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
You do have a talented defense counsel, after all.
Right. What do I say to her?
Anyways, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody.
Yeah.
What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her?
I didn't see anything through the eye.
I guess I don't really blame her for guarding her emotions.
No, Celeste. I didn't see anything.
What?
I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I've never seen that before. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to... Celeste grabbed my hand before I could leave.
I'll talk to her.
Are you sure?
She's my friend, and I owe her.
It looked like I'd gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as I'd hoped.
What do you mean she's gone? She was just here.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty? I didn't know what the future had in store for all of us. It's not as if that were different than usual. We had the power now. The power to give hope to every commoner in Wyverngard. Together we would give them the kingdom they deserved.
Damn it, Arya. Where are you?
Oh, hey, Dad.
Oh, hello.
Celeste froze. This man was the person she'd been looking for. What was she supposed to say to him? She never thought she'd get this far. You're looking for Miss Steelwood, aren't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but...
Yeah, I get it. I'm going to try anyway.
Of course.
Rathalion.
Yes?
I'm not mad about it, you know. Jolene and Flynnhard are part of my life because of what you did. Plus, now I know that I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Miss McCoy.
Come on, don't call me that.
Right. Of course, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask. About you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two...
Oh wow, look how late it is. I'd better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad.
I can't keep it together. Scaled Dad.
Just bye.
No wonder Lucio went so far. Aww. He's feeling like a dad. Man, tonal whiplash.
Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me.
Celeste, please, she's not okay.
Are you looking at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. You mind if I watch it with you? Do as you wish. You're my superior. You know, it was also a full moon outside the night my parents found me there in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's an ancient word for the moon. Is that so? Yeah, they thought I was a gift from the Scaled Lord.
Well, I guess that's sort of true.
It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped down onto the stand.
And kicked the Empress of Discord. Incredibly based moment.
I don't think even Tyrion believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. Thank you for that, Arya. I was merely taking the most obvious course of action. Yeah, I guess I don't know why I expected anything else. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. Damn. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't sentence you to the dungeons, but we'll have to consider some community service. Fine. My father told me I was being too lenient. Lucio needs to keep his mouth shut. I understood in some way. We all do stupid things for the people we love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. An attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. When I signed that contract, I felt something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. It's not fair. No one expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, he used me like a puppet. My hands and my magic. He made me. I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible. I don't know how to make it better, but you're not alone, okay? I'll be here as long as you need me to. Thank you. I think I'll drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? Oof.
Mr. Cuthbert, we've received word from House Frege. The story we created should be printed in the papers as we speak.
I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyverngard about what really happened. Not to mention, this story paints me like I'm some kind of god.
I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened,
they would never believe it. They'd think that his death was a part of some sort of political conspiracy. Even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that. Arya? Wouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes.
no? The emotions are still sort of faded, but looks like she has I don't know if that means she has like a tad bit of anger and a tad bit of happiness. Oh, it bugged? Wait, does that mean they should be colored in? Save and restart? Okay. What was the issue? Is it that they should have been colored in? What? Oh, wait a bit more? Okay. Well, you know what? Now I'm gonna save anyway, because I'm paranoid. Oh, you think this is supposed to happen? Okay. Yeah, I thought it seemed normal, or, well, not normal. I thought it made sense, because, like, she hasn't fully recovered yet. But it's like her emotions are starting to come back. She may have been hiding her pain behind a smile, but she wasn't shutting down her emotions like before.
As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wyverngard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward. And if we must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya. And as the Grand General of Wyverngard, I will also do my part to support your rule.
As will the Scaled Lord.
Celeste smiled in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glanced at me expectantly.
Do you even have to ask? And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyverngard supports you too.
Oh yeah. Since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help.
Ah, right. I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. Oops. I'll need to apologize to her about that.
Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet?
We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand.
Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya.
Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down.
Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wyverngard is going to read about it in the paper, including her.
Oh.
Oh.
What's all of this noise about?
What? You been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. The Scaled Lord has returned.
What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wyverngard.
Oh, Jolene.
In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability.
Oh, Wallace.
Carnage left in the wake of the abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic.
Valentina, well, the ENS sisters.
Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind.
Oh?
Lucio among the fallen? What?
I wonder if they're exiling him or something. Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster.
And while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the king and crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle.
However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation.
In a selfless act to maintain the integrity of unity of Wyverngard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wyverngard.
Again with this Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup by this holy daughter. It says there's a picture of her on the next page.
What?
Is that
How interesting.
Celeste?
I'm telling you, I don't know how she did it, but she took over the entire kingdom. She's not gonna come for us, is she?
Oh, that was perfect comedic timing. All right, what the fuck? 10 out of 10. Amazing. Chris Rudolph. I'm trying to remember who this guy is. Darn it, I can't. Wait. He's not like Aster's servant or something, is he? First witness in first case, writing guy. Oh, this is now I'm blanking on everybody now. Gareth Pierce, his servant. Okay. After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought a lot about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused.
I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls onto people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for the Dracogen Trading Company. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can.
Eris really did revive Tyrion? During his death, the boys mentioned the contract was still intact.
Well, I mean, but it's supposed to be something that's really hard to do. And she didn't really seem any worse for wear. I sort of wonder if she just said that, but then Asclepius's spell is what actually revived him. I mean, I feel like it could go either way. Unless there's some clear proof that it was Eris. Yeah, like... Yeah, I mean... It could be either way, in my opinion. Unless they open Schrodinger's box. Don't worry about that.
Contract still stands, gets my hands are tied. Well, yeah, but that was like it could have been at the same moment that Asclepius cast his spell, and like that could have revived Tyrion, though she didn't actually get a chance to revive him. I mean, yeah, like I mean, she could have been intending to do so, but just not got the chance to do it. It's not like... I mean, it's not like I want Asclepius to be the one that revived him. I'm just saying it is a possibility. Because, like... I don't know what the backlash effects of that spell were. But... like, people can be medically dead and then get revived through, like, well, sudden electric shock. I mean, Tyrion had just died, so it's possible that Asclepius' spell basically shocked him back alive. I mean... Hey, I'm acknowledging that Eris might have revived him. I'm just saying there's no clear proof either way. Like, if there was clear proof either way, I'd go along with that just fine, but... They both happened at around the same time, so I can't really tell which one caused it. We'll have to agree to disagree there. Anyway.
Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rathon.
More customers just means more work for me.
I've been developing my necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've gotten quite good at it.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown competent at it. That was a joke. Asclepius, I think you need to work on your sense of humor. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aw, isn't that nice? Aside from me, of course. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. From what I've read in my record, perhaps that's for the best.
Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace.
What are you looking at? Wait. Oh no, it's you. That crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man?
What did you just call me?
Oh Lord, run for it, Gavin.
Rip.
Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world.
Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery's doing well.
Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... What did Her Majesty call you?
An angel investor.
Yes, that's it.
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. And we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices.
Oh, I think I like the sound of that.
Shady cicada.
I still have much to learn about leading a noble house, but I hope I can bring House Frege and Wyverngard to a better future. I think it's about time we ended the contest feuding between the Steelwinds and the Fregas, and I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction.
Trekker will do best to help Queen.
I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think...
Banks need gold, right? Trekker can dig for gold.
I love Tracker.
And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
What? Did you just lose?
No, I demand a rematch. Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands.
Dang. At the very end, Cuthbert finally gets defeated in chess by a monkey.
To think the Scaled Lord's daughter would descend to lead our kingdom to prosperity.
Theon, you were there for most of the trial. You know what actually happened.
The Scaled Lord works in mysterious ways. Fate has brought you to where you are.
I guess you're kind of right.
You may have everyone else fooled, but I know how this story goes. A mage is still a mage, and a noble is still a noble.
Come on, don't be like that.
Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath.
I suppose you have every reason not to trust anyone. But we are going to fix this kingdom.
I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. We should probably hire a professional he can talk to.
Yeah, poor Lyric. Only like, what, 7 did they say?
Are you okay? Yes. I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but... with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, We have had a much easier time repairing our kingdom.
7 years old, his role model's gone, yeah. Not only gone, but betrayed the entire kingdom.
I feel uneasy about all this. No, I also see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Wyverngard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that at its foundation. That's surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Aster.
Oof.
Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial?
Yeah, I suppose you have a point.
Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone.
Oh my god. I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Bro's getting a taste of his own medicine. First in chess, now in court.
Hey, you're the one that wanted to be lead prosecutor.
Oh, okay. So he was prosecuting again.
I'm only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office. I see they allowed you to keep your axe.
Well, yeah, I don't have a separate sprite without it, so... I thought I ordered you to stop visiting me.
I outrank you now, Father.
McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I am glad to see you in such good spirits. I suppose I underestimated you.
I'm surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kind of need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine? I'm almost proud of you two.
Huh. But can't Beatrice, or rather, can't Eris just, like, claim her soul from wherever she is?
Although, I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet. What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving?
Oh, Asmodeus? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. Lord of the Ninth. Arcane art all. Okay. You are not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you grounding me?
Get grounded, Lamau. But also, I guess this is her... Well, I mean, it's not her actual appearance, but this is the appearance of her human form. I guess. If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one.
I swear, when I get out of here...
What have I told you about speaking in future tense?
Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No. I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's, and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom. So stop dragging your feet, Tyrion.
Yeah, you tell him, Julian.
I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom!
Oh, ahoy, Cuthbert. I have everything ready for tonight.
What?
It's nothing.
Pretend you don't know anything.
What? Oh, I see. So it's for her.
What are you doing?
It's a surprise.
Alright, whatever you say. So, I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right?
I have.
Do I have any siblings?
No, I'm sorry. There was one many centuries ago, but I lost her.
Oh.
It was rare even across the centuries when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone.
I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well...
Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Uh-oh, it's overprotective dad time.
Don't you dare! So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname?
Who knows? Could have been anyone. Tyrion? Tyrion, why are you looking a little sus right now?
Tyrion. You don't like it? I could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. So, yeah. That's how it all happened.
Oh, Celeste McCoy, Occupation Queen, age 19.
He really did it. He avoided a blood contract drafted by the Empress of Discord. I thought you'd be more happy about after what Eris did to you. He has no idea what he's done. Come on, it can't be that bad. Demons naturally despise the Celestials and their magic, and they pride themselves on their ability to deceive others. Avoided blood contract, especially by a Heavensborn, is the highest disgrace for a demon. It rarely happens. Even the weakest demons know not to leave any openings like that. It honestly irritates me how much less meticulous she was when she made your contract. What was she thinking? Is she really that big of a deal? Asmodeus is the king of demons, a god amongst gods. Eris is his daughter. So what? Is she going to tell on us to him? This is serious. No one has ever avoided a contract crafted by a lord of hell. It's unheard of. Your sweetheart is going to attract a lot of unwanted attention from hell and heaven. Then I need you to tell me everything you can. I need to know what's coming. I want concessions. I don't plan on spending the rest of my life in this cell. Beatrice, you committed first-degree murder. He was a terrible person. He was your dad. He would have been executed for his crimes anyway, assuming he didn't just run. Can you imagine how difficult it would be to track down someone with that much gold? The way I see it, I saved you people a lot of trouble. I'm not going to pardon you, Beatrice. I don't want to be pardoned. I just don't want to listen to Lucio working out in his cell all day. Honestly, get that man a book or something. He needs a hobby. Fine. I'll see what I can do about getting you some heavily supervised outings. I'm blind. What am I going to do? Turn yourself invisible and run away? I am insulted that you think I'm that uncreative. Are you all really going to be okay? What do you mean? You are now the ruling queen of Wyverngard, the most powerful kingdom in the world. Every order you make, every word you say, could have unimaginable worldwide consequences. Can you please not remind me of that? So you do recognize that, then? Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to live the rest of your life in a world of glass. Anything and everything you do could shatter the lives of millions. I'm rooting for you all. I really am, but the weight of that responsibility is what drove Aster insane. Even Rathalion couldn't handle it. Wait, he took the crown? Many centuries ago. All it took was one lapse in judgment for him to cause one of the largest famines in Wyverngard's history. Millions died. Oh my god. Just something to think about. Thanks, Beatrice. Anyways, if you want to know more about Hell's hierarchy, we'll need to start with the Lords of Hell. You're actually familiar with one of them. The Lord of the First, Bahamut. The Scaled Lord's a demon? Did the horns, scales, and fiery breath not imply that? I guess that makes me demon-adjacent, then. Is that making you rethink your feelings for the Heavensborn? Honestly, I think that makes me like him more. I think I might actually hate you two.
Normies re.
Yeah, well, you're stuck with us. For now. Whatever. Tell me more about Lords 2 through 9.
The eldest Frege had some idea of what was coming, but perhaps it would be best to hold on to it for now. It wasn't as if he fully understood the politics of the gods either. But from what little she knew, demons wouldn't be the only ones coming after them. Hey, I'm clocking out for today.
Thank you for your work, Orim. I'll see you tomorrow.
So... Are you getting back into the swing of things?
I'd like to think so. I need to make sure everything is in order for when Tyrion takes over. He's capable, but he's never managed an organization of this size.
I can't believe I'm going to have to take orders from that kid.
Was there something else, Orim?
Yeah.
Spit it out. I'm very busy.
Men are idiots, are ya?
What?
Yeah. We're all just dumb idiots. We just bumble around, bumping into shit, without a care in the world. Sometimes we're just blind to what's right in front of us, you know? So, don't let one idiot get you down. You're a good kid, are you? You deserve the best.
I don't think you should be calling your superior a kid.
Yeah.
The commander stammered for a while before his face just squeezed into a scowl.
And write me up. I don't care anymore.
He slammed the door before stomping his way into the city streets. He grumbled under his breath the entire time. Arya let out a chuckle. A part of her was really going to miss working with him. Okay, so they're just going to turn the lights on? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Aranax become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of that to charge the arcane power cells within their homes. Those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. You're such a nerd. Wait, if this is all happening in the city, why are we out on the ocean? Come on, you'll love this. The ocean was quiet, save for the humming of the small boat's engine against the water. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure it's safe to sail a boat out here? Don't worry, there will be plenty of light soon. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1. Ah, flashback. One by one, each of the buildings in Aranax lit up like a flame spreading across the city. Every light in every house lit up, their collective warm glow washing over the city and shimmering off the ocean. Celeste just stared at the sight wide-eyed. Her eyes were gleaming. Their topaz colors reflected the warm glow of the city. Okay, I take it all back. I love this. Noah used to bring my mother and me out here every year for this. It's actually a lot brighter than it ever was back then. I'm glad I got the chance to show it to you, Celeste. Thank you. She began fidgeting with her fingers, looking away from me. We just sailed in silence again, drinking in the sight of the lit city. The wind shifted, carried the scent of salt and seaweed with it. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember whenever we're apart. Yeah. This is so sweet. I love you.
Aww.
What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... Her eyes widened, realizing what I just saw. It's been so long, I forgot to... It's It's not fair. You were supposed to say it first.
Is something wrong?
I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes.
I just silently moved to sit next to her. She didn't seem to object, but she couldn't meet my eyes. She glanced at me for a moment. Her eyes widened, and she quickly turned away. But she slowly slid closer to me. My shoulder pressed against hers. Her hand slid into mine. I squeezed it as if it was the most precious thing in the world to me. She slowly turned to me. Then I turned to face her. We just stared at each other, sharing 1,000 confessions in one look. We were both going to see a lot of changes in our lives. Let's go! The ship really has sailed. But this moment was one of them, and I wouldn't take any other path that didn't lead here. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter where each of us goes, we'll always be together.
Good.
I love you, Celeste.
I love you too. Sorry, this is all a bit much.
It's okay. Right now, we have all the time in the world. That was nice. Oh, sequel hook? Ilias Stormwake. Occupation High Inquisitor. Age 23, Arcane Art None.
Have you heard what happened in Wyverngard?
Miles Varen Calgalad. Arc Sentinel. 27, Arcane Art None. Is that why you called me here? This could have been in an email, High Inquisitor. Email? Wait, what? Do they have email? Nani?
This is serious. I must accept responsibility. Keeping records of the Heavensborn was my duty. I have no idea how this Tyrion Cuthbert slipped past me.
Frey was always a slippery one. Even I lost track of her. And I'm happy she got the chance to settle down after everything that happened.
Miles!
Ilya, he's just one Heavensborn. He's harmless.
He brought the Lord of the Sixth to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage they could have done to all of creation from there?
Oh? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine.
Miles, he has the Eye of Odin.
Oh. Odin? Huh. It's not Horus, it's Odin.
That's impossible. I borrowed some of your drones from the armory. I sent them into the court of Azathoth myself.
Oh? So apparently they are pretty high-tech. Well, I mean, I guess it could be like magical drones. Sent them into the court of Azathoth.
Ilya, these readings, they're exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly, and he did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well.
Does His Majesty know? Did he approve of your little reconnaissance mission?
Of course not, but I believe the path forward is clear. We must inform Heaven. They'll want to know about this.
I've been hearing some rumors through the grapevine lately. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces.
He must know, Arc Sentinel. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved.
All right. You win. Look into this. Try to sell it to Wyvern Guard as a diplomatic mission. But exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what we did with Frey.
I understand. It would mean war with Wyvern Guard.
Thank you, Arc Sentinel. I'll speak to His Majesty about this at once. I'm sorry for disturbing your evening. Oh, no, that's Illy saying that.
I'm sorry for disturbing your evening.
Don't understand, Ilya. If what you're saying is true, it could spell war with the Outer Planes. Oh, goodness. That is quite a sequel hook. Yeah, so we've done one country. Now, how about the multiverse? Oh, boy. Congrats on finishing, thank you. Yeah, the gameplay, if you will, was a bit finicky, but I quite liked the story. That was some good stuff. Oh, very good stuff. Did enjoy. So I guess I'll be awaiting the sequel then, after it comes out in who knows when. 2030. I don't know, when was this released? Hold up. I forget. 2023. June 2023. So, 3 years ago. I'm not sure how long this one took to make. I wonder if, like, assuming that they are continuing with another game, I wonder if it's going to be another Ace Attorney-like, or if it'll be something different. Thankfully, my voice hung in there, or my throat hung in there for until the end. I didn't think I'd go this long. But yeah, it did end up being like 8 hours almost. Yeah, I didn't want to just end in the middle of that ending stuff though. But yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I am quite satisfied. Anyway, I'm gonna call it there, get something to eat and whatnot. I am hunger. I hunger for food. But in the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. You can always find those in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. So yeah, for this week, Monday should be more Honkai 3rd, Part 2. There's like a side chapter thing, and then if I finish that, we'll continue on to Part 2, Chapter 2. Tuesday will be Chaos Zero Nightmare. Or wait, at least I think. They shouldn't have maintenance, right? I just realized I gotta double check and make sure there's not gonna be maintenance on Tuesday. But assuming there's not, then I'll do Chaos Zero Nightmare because they have the Chapter 1 rewrite. And then Thursday, I don't really feel like starting anything to continue into the next week. So I'll probably just play some Enfield, but also Enfield is releasing some new content on Thursday. And let's see. Well, and again, I'm pretty sure the update will not run into my stream time. I think it should be way earlier. But who knows? I need to double check that too. And then Friday, I might end up finishing Trails from Zero, because I did get to what I believe is the final area, but that's just my assumption, and I don't know how long that place is going to take, so may or may not finish that this week. But that is the tentative plan for this week. Thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. Hope you enjoyed the ride with Tyrion and Cuthbert here. I sure did. And I'll see you all around. Bye-bye.